I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. Hello, welcome. We are just getting started in our Periscope show, and you can always catch our show at Third Party. That's Twitter at Third Party. And we are doing the impossible every day against all odds. So we are posting that right now. You can go on in if you want to hang out in an alternative chat room. And I do read the chat there. It just takes a little while. But if you want to talk to me more personally, you can certainly go to this link right here. I'll post it in the show. Thank you. And it's a different angle. It's a different angle of the show completely. It's running on a different computer because I'm having some problems. I'm doing a virus scan on our mainframe, which is seemingly slow getting links up. So we're going to find out what the deal is with that. But I'm using Periscope as an alternative, so if I have any links that I can't upload, I'll open it up over there, and we'll be able to actually see it on our show. So it's kind of parsing back and forth between two different computers. All right, so we've got a bad hair day for Donald Trump. Yeah, there's a serious thing happening with his hair. Not sure exactly where we go from that, but let's start with this. I think that Donald Trump is trying to do his hair like mine. And today's a perfect example of this. As you can see, he's having a kind of a weird moment, fighting for the very idea that I came up with in 2008, the 1,000-mile fence. Finally realizing he's going to be a fence, not going to wall. And now he's really in there struggling to fight for this idea that he thinks, having taken it from me and used it for his advantage, now he has to actually do it. I know. So he's trying to get his hair to look like mine, I think. Check it out.
Far beyond the United States, it's a world crime given to us very much by the internet and bad people. The internet has made things in many ways better, in many ways much worse, but human trafficking, grabbing women in particular, and children, but women, taping them up, wrapping tape around their mouths so they can't shout or scream, tying up their hands behind their back and even their legs and putting them in the backseat of a car or a van.
Was he just describing what Brett Kavanaugh allegedly did to a woman in high school? I don't know. I know. His mommy has to do his hair for him. He just can't do it himself. We've got something over there. Forbes. Trump sold $35 million of real estate in 2018. Okay. So Trump was pretty busy trying to make money when he was also leading our country. As you know, he has a total conflict of interest happening. That's a sad truth. Yeah. Thank you, Blue Raven. Welcome. Somebody asked me, where's Blue Raven? I said he's probably roaming around the middle of the Midwest or central Southwest. He's really active. Thank you. All right, so Trump sold $35 million of real estate in 2018 while serving in the White House, according to Forbes. He delegated his day-to-day to his son, Eric, and Donald Jr. He maintained ownership of the business. More than half of the $35 million came from a single deal, in which the business partners offloaded a federally subsidized housing complex in Brooklyn for $900 million. The president held a 4% stake in the property. Okay, he walked away with $20 million before taxes. Well, he's a businessman. You guys chose a businessman to run the country. Problem is he's a liquidator, and he likes to liquidate things. That's the problem. Yeah, we don't have a person who's going to have a growth industry behind him because he outsources everything. And he takes businesses and buys them and sells them, bankrupts them. That's what a lot of these people are doing in America. They're liquidators. They're trying to profit from the last days of our country as we're being wholesaled by a bunch of scumbags. So we are alive now, and we are uploading in a backup camera. And if we have any problems with links, I will have this backup system in place. Great. Okay. You got the real green pistachio ice cream. Good. Well, Sarah has to cam up in our show because if she doesn't, I don't have a break and I can't do what I need to do, which is also cook dinner. So that's part of the deal. Here's a link I got from the other night. I'm going to post from this other chat room. Trump's lawn press conference was picked apart. We do have a problem at the border, despite what the Democrats want to say. Just yesterday, we had this story, 20 dead in a grisly Mexican gang battle near the U.S. border. And the Democrats are saying, oh, there's nothing to worry about, nothing to worry about. Donald Trump is right because my idea is right. I've been out there pushing this for 10 years. Trump picked up on it in 2012 and grabbed the idea, said, oh yeah, that's a good idea. He's running with a 1,000-mile fence. I'm going to call it a 1,000-mile wall. Okay, we've got our plan. And we're going to have Mexico pay for it. So he basically pulled the idea at that time. We know he was in my room. We saw him. I mean, he was on Ustream under Donald Trump. Who buys a name at Ustream named Donald Trump unless they pay, through the, I think it cost $100 for a name back then. Yeah, Gavin Newsom is just this guy that is going to just do exactly what Jerry Brown did, Ivan. And Gavin Newsom is completely out of touch with reality. The budget of California is over the top. But yeah, this is not something we should just ignore. The grisly gangs that are shooting. You know that there's a place near Juarez with a lion's den where they feed people to the lions? Not just one lion, more than one. And now this story. 29 outrageous lines. Let me put this over here. 29 outrageous lines from Donald Trump's wild impromptu news conference in the White House lawn. Yeah, this is a CNN rigged thing. So we're going to Texas. We're going to build the border. Just spoke to some of my friends in Arizona. We have tremendous support. Why did these two thoughts go together? I have no idea, and away we go. The Republicans are extremely united. They all want to see something happen, but they're extremely united. Cracks emerging among Senate Republicans as Murkowski calls for an end to the shutdown. And Lindsey Graham has said that Trump should finance it through an emergency act. That's a good idea, or there's other money out there, but just get him to sign the budget so we can move on. You see, Lindsey Graham believes that Donald Trump is going to somehow sign the budget and get emergency funding to build the wall. Kind of a ridiculous assumption, don't you think? I mean, he doesn't have to sign the budget. Donald Trump can literally sit there and say, no, you guys vote it in. They need 2/3 majority in the Senate to bypass the president. But if he does that, he's putting a schism between him and the Republicans. There's a person in here named Blue Raven. You're the only Blue Raven in here, man. Oh, you're calling I Love Fries? He's not attacking anybody. He called you, yeah, he's in a chat war with you, I Love Fries. Okay, I'm gonna ask, since we have very few people chatting, we're just gonna let you guys talk. So Gavin Newsom is the guy who won the election and is now taken over for his crony mentor, Jerry Brown. And the only thing that's good about Gavin Newsom is his looks. I mean, he looks like a governor could look. You know, he has a good-looking smile. He's a pretty much, you know, stand-up kind of looking guy. But who are these people? Are they to be trusted? I don't trust this guy. He's got, I've seen him talk before. He's just got this kind of a kiss-ass personality. A lot of the Democrats do. We have one here in our state called Jay Inslee. I've never seen a bigger kiss-ass in my life, and the guy doesn't do what he needs to do. He came into the governorship in Washington and started talking about how Hanford Nuclear Waste Depository is leaking. Oh. 6 years later, not one word from the guy. Yeah, he could have known it was leaking earlier. That guy's the town hunk, all the women who want him. Oh, okay. So Gavin Newsom is kind of like the pretty boy who gets all the ladies. Well, that's not the kind of person we need. We need a person who's solid. That's right. Not somebody who's just, you know, attracting women left and right. I'd say Donald Trump was, but in his mind, he wants to. He was a governor in San Francisco. He was a mayor in San Francisco. Yeah, well, his track record, look at San Francisco. It's fecal capital of the world. I mean, it's bordering on Calcutta. Calcutta and San Francisco. You've got two different mentalities. Well, they've got an actual app you can get for your phone in San Francisco that automatically takes a picture and mails it to the mayor of San Francisco and tells them there's feces here on this corner, and it even GPSs it. So wherever you snap the picture, it GPSs the location of the feces, the bag of feces. That's where there's all these homeless people are putting feces right on the street. Now that's decent of them. At least they're doing it that way instead of putting it in our, you know, water system or something. Thank you, homeless people, for bagging your feces. Okay, you're talking about homosexuals arising from food rationing in World War II. What's wrong with you? There's nothing gay about food rationing in World War II. There's something seriously wrong. Howie, have you been watching too much internet porn? I think you had an overdose of it recently. Yeah, look at the homeless people in San Francisco. I can't believe they command the rates or the housing rent and the cost of houses in that area. It's through the roof, yet people are living on the street under the roof. You got the Periscope app. Insane Canadian, yeah, this is my alternative view. So when I'm looking at you over here, I'm pointing over there. It's a little bit bright, I think. Let me get the camera is a bit bright. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at the main part of our news, and we'll get to this in a nutshell. Kind of, a woman in Hawaii is running for office, which is special. Okay, ATP bot, Michael White, Iran, detained Trump Navy. I'm having real problems getting links to pop up here. But not on my other system. No problem at all. That's weird. So if I put this on, I'm just going to see if this works. Iran just admitted it arrested another American. It's likely a message to Trump. Yep. You're a Mason? Well, we don't really like Masons here, dude. Yeah, we're not part of a secret society. We had a Mason come in trying to tell us that it wasn't connected to the Illuminati, but we don't believe him. We believe Masons are all connected. You're not a bad guy being your Mason, but the person, Albert Pike, who wrote your book on morals and dogma, he is he's the only statue of a Confederate in Washington, D.C., Albert Pike. That shows you how powerful the Masons are. But I can tell you that if we look at the Dogmas and Morals written by Albert Pike, you know that he said that all the top Masons are supposed to lie to all the underlings. So if you're a low-level Mason thinking you're in a good organization, you may be worshiping a Satanist, you know? You may be working for a Satanist. The Masonic 33-degree Mason, Norman Vincent Peale, was Donald Trump's pastor. And it was a crazy situation. No one ever ran for a beard in our time and it successfully ran. I don't like beards. I like my chin. I really do. I don't like beards. I've seen people with no chin. It feels weird. Okay. Red Skeleton was a Mason, but I can say a couple of bad things about him. Yeah. His art sucked. George W. Bush was a better drawer, painter. Red Skeleton was known for his fantastic clown oil paintings. And he really, I mean, clowns are scary, let's face it, but this is like the work he did. Kind of a brilliant comedian, by the way, Red Skeleton. But I didn't know he was a Mason. That's news to me. But aren't these kind of scary? It belies a deeper, more sinister person underneath. I never believed him, even when he was being funny. Now that's very Dali-esque. He had this really interesting desire to paint clowns. Hello, hi Scissor Fight, hi Mad Dog. Yeah. So I just pulled this up so I could look at it. I'm taking a look at the screen. Iran just admitted it arrested another American. This is going through another computer transmitting this. It's likely a message to Trump, so now I'm going to go over to the other computer, and if I scan it down, it's like a 2-second delay. Nina Hartley is the queen? Really? You're still a Nina Hartley fan, huh? The first American overseas detained during the Trump administration is being held in one of the president's least favored places, Iran. That's him. So there's like a 5-second delay between that broadcast and this one. Good to know. For real, yeah. Well, they're not the only one. Russia has taken somebody in recently. China is, they killed 18 of our top secret spies, and we haven't even prosecuted the woman that was living for 20 years with Dianne Feinstein as her limo driver. She was never prosecuted. Yet China killed 18 of our top spies over the past 10 years. Gavin Newsom is the lieutenant governor of California. What did they do? They got him as a governor now. What's the big deal? I don't understand. Thank goodness Jerry Brown is leaving. Somebody's really pissed at Blue Raven. You've got a lot of anger here from other people. I'm not sure why you inspired such anger. Maybe they don't understand that you're out there doing the hard work of fighting against conspiracies in the world. Yeah. So the FBI, this is a headline, folks. This is Friday night headline. But first, let's look at the Dow Jones. I haven't checked in on that yet. It was down 5.97 points. It's like virtually stayed right where it was. It didn't move. It decided to go under 24,000 though. So it went up, up, up. It was going down, down, down initially, and then went up, 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 and caught up to where it was, and it's just down right under 6 points, and definitely under 24,000. Good to know. And I'm going to take this screen off of here so I can get back to the show over there. I was just using that as a backup at St. Canadian in case I wanted to look at something. You can still see me in the camera. Border Patrol Union deleted 2012 webpage opposing border wall. Okay, we'll take this call. Go ahead.
Call from
Dirk. Yeah, go ahead, Dirk. What's the question? Man, somebody's going to really hurt you someday, buddy. Probably, it won't be pretty. Yeah. These people are really out to lunch. Okay, good to know. So the Border Patrol has deleted a 2012 webpage opposing the border wall. A union that represents Border Patrol agents recently deleted this webpage, saying the building and walls and fences along the border to stop illegal immigration would be wasting taxpayer money. Well, that was under Obama. Yeah, of course they believed it. They were just doing whatever Obama did. Of course they believe that. You wouldn't know what he called me. Was it that loud that you heard over the mic? I don't see why we don't have a wall for $5 billion. I don't get that. What is wrong with Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer that they don't want to protect our country? I mean, I'm in total support of Donald Trump's idea because it's my idea. He took it from me. So a border crisis right now going on. 20 Mexican nationals fighting against the cartels, dead, and you don't think we have a problem? What's wrong with you Democrats? Don't you realize we're gearing up for a huge population growth of massive proportion down south of the border? This is what preparation is all about. You people don't want to think forward. You just living.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Dave. You're looking well today.
You're looking well today.
Thank you. I plan on being well. Hello, Dave. Because to use a condom, you need a... What? You're saying our country doesn't have men with you-know-whats. Have you seen our president? Well, pretty soon you'll probably see his you-know-what. There is more than an allegation that the Concord Management and Consulting said that they asked for a list of all the items that Mueller has in his collection of evidence. And it turns out it's a sex selfie. A sex selfie of Donald Trump. How about that, huh? Now, Mueller has not presented it for national security reasons, but I think by not presenting it, it's a national security risk. Because if this is originating from Moscow and they have a picture of a nude selfie, you imagine how that could be a danger to our country if they're making phone calls to Donald Trump on the side going,
Mr. Trump, you definitely must do as we say. Don't sign your budget. Stop your country from functioning. Or we show sex selfie of you showing your pee-pee.
No, don't do that. No. Ivanka, you didn't hear that, did you? Was it on speakerphone? Okay. No one heard it. Don't shout. I'll do whatever you say. You don't want me to sign the budget? I won't sign the budget. Okay. Nancy can go stick it up, whatever.
I don't care. You are our puppet. You do as we say.
thank you. This is what's going on. So while you're so worried about the wall, you people on the right, you're forgetting that our national security is at risk with that sex selfie. And all of this hoopla is probably just Donald Trump coming up with yet another diversion, to keep our mind off of the Russian involvement, which he himself pretty much denies that anything happened, even though top security agents, CIA, FBI, and the Senate Investigation Committee have confirmed that Russia did influence our election in favor of Donald Trump. And where's Hillary in all this? You'd think she'd be upset. She's not. She doesn't seem to care. Trump has got people concerned, While he's on the phone, even our forefathers are having a problem with this guy. Now, I don't know if George Washington and Andrew Jackson have actually turned over in their grave, but it's pretty serious when our forefathers are changing their oil paintings in the background. Hey, if you don't know what this show is about, I want to give you guys kind of a musical journey into what we're all about. We're not like the Democrats or Republicans. We want to stop unnecessary forced vaccines. I never threatened anyone. Bernie. I just told a person who called me a name that something bad's going to happen to them. Yeah. I have no idea who that person is. Yeah, I just have a sense that something bad will happen to them. I'm afraid, Bernie, you're not allowed in the show. Yeah, since we don't even know who you are, you don't belong here. So in order to get rid of you, since Mark doesn't have the ability to ban you, IP ban you, I'm just going to ban you like that, okay? Yeah, the founding fathers smoked marijuana, didn't even believe in God, some of them, yeah. But does that really matter here right now? Is that relevant? No, you're just constantly angry at Blue Raven, and since you're the only two chatters, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys talk it out. You think I could have relations with Melania? No, Donald would never permit it, and Sarah would not want that. No, I wouldn't do it. I'm not into that, man. You people who spend all your time thinking about sex don't realize that your sex organ comprises less than 1% of your body weight, yet comprises more than 50% of your thoughts. I am unlike you. My sex organ occupies 5% of my body weight, and I rarely ever talk about sex. Just kidding. That'd be a pretty big sex organ, wouldn't it? You thought the Aryan ideal was closest to Scandinavia? It is. I look like the image of what Hitler thought would be an Aryan person. Did I say 10%? I meant 5%. Well, you'd have to have a 12-pound sex organ in order to be 230 pounds or 225 pounds. Well, if you include all of the attachments in the prostate, I would probably put out about maybe 2 pounds, 3 pounds maybe. 12-pounder. Melco. Oh, Melco, we haven't seen you in a while. Where'd you come from? You know, I'm hearing a lot of those procurement orders are not coming through. I got an order from Amazon. Sarah ordered me a 17.5 collar. It came in a bag that said 17.5 on it, but it was 15.5. I couldn't fit it. 15.5 I can't fit. So here's a bag saying 17.5 with a 15.5 in it. This is what's going on. What's wrong with you people at Amazon? Get on that. You may be taken in for retraining if you don't get the orders right. Jeff Bezos, you're not going to believe this, but Jeff Bezos has a sex picture out there, according to National Enquirer. Nobody wants to see Donald Trump's pee-pee, and certainly not Bezos's pee-pee, but it's out there. And I wouldn't doubt that it'll migrate to the top of the heap. How does a guy with top-level NSA clearances and everything, building rack servers for our country's national security, not control his sex chatting? I mean, come on. I know. Trump's daughter is beautiful. Ivanka. Would you like to focus on some Trump diversions tonight? Like talking about Ivanka? That's one of his favorite diversions. She had plastic surgery, extensive plastic surgery done on her face. Many people don't know that, but Ivanka wasn't the beautiful woman that she appears to be because she has had some serious work. Here's before and after pictures of Ivanka. Before and after. Isn't that amazing? Well, I don't think that's your fantasy, Kenny. Hi, my cat Fluffy. Are you the same person I just banned? Because you're new here. Well, she should be looking Jewish. She is Jewish. Her mother was truly Jewish, Ivana Trump. Very good Jewish woman. And that makes Ivanka Jewish? I don't think talking about her younger pictures when she was hotter, it's just, I think just something wrong with you. She went from ugly to slightly less ugly. Well, that's your personal opinion. Hey, Daryl, thank you. Well, I'm trying to respond to Donald Trump's bad hair day. This is a clip of his bad hair as seen today in a speech. And he's on the stump. I mean, he's taken the heat for my idea. I want to thank Donald for doing this. Donald, thank you for fighting for the fence, the 1,000-mile fence. I told you we couldn't build a wall. You're finally figuring that out. And no, Mexico's not going to pay for it. Check this out.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at a time. They don't go through checkpoints. They go through areas that don't have a wall or don't have a steel barrier. They go up to the checkpoint, and before they get to it, they make a right or a left, depending on where they are. And they go out into the desert or out into the land, and they find the first area that doesn't have...
So you see what he's doing? It's like he said to his hairdresser, could you get it to look like Dave's hair? Isn't that amazing? Well, I don't know. It looks like he's really trying to make his hair look like mine. I think he's getting ready to make the big move. Pence has gray hair, and he doesn't like that. So he's going to probably choose somebody with blonde hair for VP. Yeah. I think Trump is doing great. I didn't think I'd really like him as much as I do, simply because he is trying to fight for my ideas. I'm still concerned that Russia controls him in some capacity, but aside from that, he's doing a pretty good job repping my ideas, don't you think? Yeah, one side goes forward and the other side goes back. It's like, it's a rotational thing. He is you. Whoa. He's aged tremendously? Really? Well, I have not aged at all. In fact, it's so serious that I'm beginning to think that maybe I might be a human anomaly. Yeah, here's a video of me back in 2008. I played a lot just because It's me. It was me.
Hi. Good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon.
Well, I don't get 60 miles a gallon. I get about 55 now. The car's got 225,000 on it. And we liked it so much that Sarah got a car like it with a CVT transmission. But you can see I was pretty much stressed out from 500 hours and not one bit of press coverage in the media. So I did that video to show you that, I'm able to hold out against the odds and keep this show rolling, despite the fact that everyone, is constantly challenging me. Well, I had quite a few miles on it, 225,000 on it, but Sarah's has about 140,000 on hers, and she gets about 45 miles per gallon, roughly, 46?
44.
44, 45. I'm going to say 45.
44.
Okay.
43.9.
43.9. I can tell you CBD oil is good for arthritis. They also recommend emu oil, which is an omega-6 oil made in Australia from the emu. It penetrates really quick into your arthritic pain and it helps subdue it.
We've replaced batteries in both our cars already.
Yeah, Sarah and I switched batteries a couple of years ago. Got new batteries, $2,000 to replace the batteries, which wasn't so bad. Normally it'd be $4,500 at the dealer. So, yeah, Sarah has the best hair on iBlog, and I'm going to let her take over the show while I do a little cooking.
Thank you.
But thank you, everybody. Rimfire, I care about the show, and the people in our show have a voice, including you.
I'm glad you're here.
We're breeding a brand new form of politics by talking to you every night. It was so funny at the CES convention. There was a robot that check this out, that was hit by an autonomous driving car. This robot took a left turn at the CES. It was actually going on its own power. The crash tipped the robot onto its side, causing serious damage. Promobot says, now with parts of its body, the arms mechanisms destroyed, it cannot be put on display. So an autonomous driving car ran into this robot who just happened to walk into the street at the CES convention. It's completely absurd that anything like this should happen at a convention. But lo and behold, the robot is dust, and the autonomous car is going to have to be taken in for fender damage. I know. Yes, 2019. I just saw a Honda Insight 2019 on the road. I swear it looks like a Hyundai touring vehicle, like a Sonata. It's built kind of like the Sonata, but it's smaller. It's very interesting. Hyundai Insight. Our Honda Insight. Yeah.
Honda Insight. In
It's bigger.
In now?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, the ones they made in the 14 era,
they were really tight.
the headroom is horrible.
I know.
In ours, the seats are like lower to the ground, so there's like plenty of headroom. It's like driving in a little race car, but anyway.
Now, this problem with the border crisis, it's hard for Donald Trump to sell it because even the New York Times talked about this. Border crossings have been declining for years despite claims of a crisis of illegal immigration. Well, the stats are correct. They've been declining, but mostly because they were afraid that Donald Trump would be sending them back home again. So the numbers declined. So here's a statistic that came out because Donald Trump was becoming president, was going to be tough on illegal immigration. Now the Democrats are throwing that in his face. that we don't have a border crisis because the numbers are down. I just showed people that we have, in fact, a 20 grizzly. This happened just yesterday. 20 dead in a grizzly Mexican gang battle near the U.S. border. Look at that. This is a serious thing, and this is going on every day down there. It's only a question of time before it comes back to haunt us. Yeah. So let's not kid ourselves. Don't fall for the Democratic statement, no, we don't have a border crisis. Now is the time to repair. I started talking about the border fence, 1,000-mile border fence in 2008. That's just the reality. We now need to make this happen. Donald Trump is right on time, and I'm thankful he's actually taking the idea and really being forceful about it. So good job, Donald. I normally don't say that. All right, Sarah's going to take over for a bit. I'm going to do some cooking. I'll be right back. Oh, we are being broadcast on Periscope through this camera right here.
Oh, okay.
In case the Periscope wants to talk to people. The reason why I did that was, for some reason, I'm doing a virus check on this computer, but for some reason our browser's having a hard time opening up websites. So I thought I'd make a workaround and do it on Periscope over there in case, because that Wi-Fi is not having a problem with the browser, but this Ethernet is, which is kind of strange. So I'm checking for viruses right now. That's just
okay.
Give you a heads up about it.
Should I close any extra browsers?
No, I've closed everything. I restarted it. It's not overheating. It's just there's something wrong with the access to the internet. I can't explain it.
I did see that. Well, that was Wi-Fi, so that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's for Ethernet. It shouldn't be a problem. Oh,
yes.
We're still broadcasting, and we're still broadcasting, no problem through the Ethernet. But picking up websites is slowing down. It's like there's a virus.
That's weird. Tonight, ATP is on the monitors at the Copper Mug in Tillsonburg, Ontario, Canada, according to Canadian. Right on. ATP. Oh, you think Ivanka will try to take David from me?
I want to announce to everybody that tomorrow we will be coming in a little late. We will make the 6 o'clock start, but we may not make the 5 o'clock start tomorrow. Okay. So our pre-show may be delayed tomorrow, just so everyone knows.
All right, that sounds good. Sounds like I feel like I'm... There we go. I'm just going to do that because there we go. A little bit delayed. All right. Your beautiful cat Fluffy. What happened to your other account? Dave has honor, which above all, politics, whatever, David is honest about what he believes or knows. David is almost brutally honest, I would say. Hi, yay, I'm glad you're all cheering, people at the Copper Mug in Tillsonburg, Ontario, Canada. How many people are there? That's another question. If you don't get it by now, you will never, ever, ever get it. Okay, no. Full House. Awesome. Does that make sense, Blue Raven? You can't handle the truth. Oh, you wanted to change. Don't worry, you don't have to show me. I get it. Beautiful cat Fluffy person, my cat Fluffy. There you go. I know. Well, David wanted a wall for a long time. That's fine. Johnson loves... Yeah, these are progressive lenses. Wait, like they change in the sun? Yes. They're not like half reading glasses. They just change. They do change colors into sunglasses, which is pretty nice. Saturday will start probably around 6. Well, David has an opinion. 551. I'll say that much. David has an opinion. Yeah, we all have our opinions, that's true. Hello, pirate. Yes, I have heard that. They're going to launch 20,000 satellites for 5G to be launched soon. Oh, I don't know. Some general trivia questions. Okay, let me pull something up. I don't know any off the top of my head. Yeah, I was having problems with that too earlier. Huh, that's weird. The Border Patrol Union deleted a 212 webpage that opposed a border wall. Okay. There we go. I usually keep my political and my professional life separate. 840. You have almost my color hair. Nice. Very good. I have almost your color hair. Okay. All right, here's some trivia. How long has the land of Seattle been inhabited? How long have there been people living on the land that's now the city of Seattle? Longer, Captain. Captain guessed 1,000 years. No, actually the answer is longer than that. Longer than that. Longer than Lewis and Clark. Longer than 1,500 years. Shorter than 10 million years. Shorter than 110,000 years. Okay, shorter than 10,000 years. Correct. Johnson is correct. The natives came 4,000 years ago. Badger thinks we will never know because the natives did not have calendars. Well, what about the Mayan calendar? Okay, moving on. Who was the first European to visit Seattle, well, along with his crew? Some Rusky? Wait, oh, Russian isn't European, that's Asian. No, it was not Lewis and Clark. Or Sacagawea, not Lewis and Clark. So how did they get here? I will say the first people that came by land might have been Lewis and Clark. But it was by boat. And 829 is correct. Hello, Noam. Welcome. It was George Vancouver. George Vancouver. Good job. Who were the first people to settle, well, out on the westward expansion after Lewis and Clark? Who is credited with founding Seattle, creating Seattle? Hello, Mad Dog. Mormons, Bill Gates. Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. No. It was called the Denny Party. They settled at Alki Point in 1851. What was the first big industry in Seattle? Not the Donner Party, the Denny Party. Yeah, it is a pretty popular beer. It's affordable. 829 is what I've heard. Fishing, coffee, gold mining, fishing, mining, airplanes. No. I'll say Washington State is still known for this industry. Fishing, sailing. Captain, you got it. 447 got it. 551 got it. It's the timber industry. Early arriving developers converted a forest of trees more than 1,000 years old and 400 feet high into logs. They then milled the timber for shipping to San Francisco. How do you know there are people like that in the chat, Xenu? Are you one of them? Now, what was the greatest boom period for Seattle due to? Why did we have one of the biggest booms? The economic growth period, economic booms. Correct, Johnson? All had to do with the gold, especially the gold up in the Yukon, in Canada's Yukon territory, Klondike region, 1896. Because Seattle, they touted themselves as a jumping off point for transportation to and from Alaska and the gold fields of the Yukon. Oh. Ooh. What company well, this might have changed, but a few years ago, it had the largest single room in the entire United States. Belongs to what company in Seattle? I think you're right about Johnson now. What company had the largest one single room in the United States? Correct. Johnson M551. It is Boeing. It's the Boeing hangar. Yes, 447 in Kenny. Exactly. The Boeing Company was founded in the Seattle area by William Boeing. It originally was not designed to build planes. What was it designed? What did the Boeing Company build before it built planes? What did Boeing build before they built planes? No, not blimps. I don't know if they considered it a hangar because it's where they build the plane, not where they just store it. Anyway, nope, not jet engines or lawnmowers. Something big and sometimes tall. Something that didn't go through the air. Correct, 447, but went through the water. Before they were a boat company, they built ships, built boats. It was in what events made Boeing such a huge company? What event basically launched Boeing into becoming a huge company? Correct. Exactly. War! Ooh! God, y'all, what is it good for? To build up some airplanes! Alright. Seattle is also known for something else that you ingest. What company is Seattle known for that you ingest? Coffee, correct? Starbucks for the win. Yes, Starbucks. It's the world's largest coffee chain. And the original one opened in Pikes Place Market in 1971. Oh. There's a building in Seattle. It was a 42-story building constructed in 1914. And at the time, it was considered the tallest building west of the Mississippi. Not the Space Needle. Good guess. We are known for the Space Needle. And it's often... I'm glad you're reading that. Good job. It is called Smith Tower. Smith Tower. Here, I'm going to show you a picture of Smith Tower right now. Well, sorry, Periscope people, I'm not showing you. I would show you, but you'd have to go to iVlog or Vaughn Live to see it.
So do you want a little bit of dinner?
Sure, a little bit.
Sure. Okay.
There's a Smith Tower. It's located near Seattle's Pioneer Square. back in the days when they had streetcars, and well, I guess they still do. All right. No. Oh, you guys are right. That said Space Needle. About it being the tallest building west of the Mississippi River, too. It was built. Does anybody know the year that the Space Needle was built? It was built for. Actually, instead of the year, I always hate those year ones. Like, anybody can guess the year. True, Captain. What? Oh, never mind. Captain, you got it before I asked it. Good job, Johnson, too. I was going to ask, what event was a Space Needle built for? It was built for the Seattle World's Fair. And it was built in 1962. Yeah, that was the thing for the World's Fair. That thing for the World's Fair. Oh, here's a good one, just to show you. In 1959, Edward E. Carlson, president of Western International Hotels, sketched a vision of the Space Needle on a napkin as a focal point for the futuristic World's Fair in Seattle. The theme was the 21st century. Oh, what did he use as inspiration? What building in Germany did he use as inspiration? It was the Stuttgart Tower in Germany. Wow. Huh. When you travel on I-90 between Seattle and Mercer Island, you're actually traveling on the world's first floating bridge, built in 1950. And the bridge that connects Seattle and Medina across Lake Washington is the world's longest floating bridge. It is officially the Governor Albert D. Rossellini Bridge at Evergreen Point. Wow, this is a little known fact. At age 11 in 1966, Bill Gates won a special prize. Where did he get to go? When he was only 11? Where did he get to go when he was 11? He won a prize. The World's Fair. Or the White House? No, just think, it was the place he got to go had just recently been built about 4 years before. Kind of like the Willy Wonka chocolate factory. No. He got to go to the Space Needle. Indeed. 249. Yes, he wanted dinner at the Space Needle restaurant offered by his pastor his pastor. Guess how he won that prize. His pastor said, memorize this. He had to memorize the Sermon on the Mount, which consists of chapter 5, 6, and 7 of the Gospel of Matthew, and recite it flawlessly. Had it memorized part of the Bible. Yeah, no small feat. I know, pretty impressive. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know this one before. Anybody that travels by car, well, not electric car, uses this every day. The very first one of these was actually opened in Seattle on East Marginal Way in 1907. You don't use a viaduct every day. I'm talking about all over the world. Correct. A gas station. Good job. Planet Fitness and Rimfire got that house correct. The first gas station was in Seattle. 1907. That's pretty amazing. Oh. The first general strike in the United States also happened in Seattle. What group of people walked off their jobs? I don't think it had pay at the pump. Maybe. I think the person came out and pumped it for you. I don't know. Not air traffic controllers. It was 1919. Oh, they have transparent benches at the top of the Space Needle. Wow. Guys are pretty close. Yeah, I think so. Shipyard workers, yes. 60,000 shipyard workers walked off their job in 1919. Shipyard workers. Lots of things coming from Asia even back then, I bet. Now, today it has at least, well, I don't know when this thing was written, 2014. As of 2014, in 2014 it had 2 downtown cruise terminals. What 2 cruise companies? Name at least one of the cruise companies that does cruises out of Seattle. I think Carnival's more known for their Caribbean cruises. Alaska Cruise Line is correct. Alaska. Also, Northwest Pacific Northwest Cruises. Here's a little picture of a cruise line. That's pretty darn good big boat. Look how it like makes the city look small in comparison to that boat. Amazing. It's a huge boat. My goodness. I didn't realize how big this boat was until you look at it compared to the buildings. I would go on a cruise with David, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Wait, but if you get sick, don't they usually, they have a doctor on board? During the 2014 cruise season, Seattle hosted 178 cruise ship calls and more than 805,000 passengers. Oh. As of in 2014, at least when this was written, more people in Seattle can do this than in any other city in the country. perhaps that's why it has the highest percentage of residents with a college degree or higher. Yes, Johnson is correct. It is the most literate city. It's ranked the most literate city in the country. And the highest percentage of residents with a college degree or higher. The Seattle Public Library System, then is no wonder that the Seattle Public Library System has the highest percentage of library card holders per capita in the entire country. I like audiobooks too. Wow, this is a really unknown thing. Seattle was the first city in the U.S. to play a song on the radio by which UK band? I don't know. 447. Correct. The Beatles. Oh, this is interesting too. Seattle's... Oh, wait. Seattle was literally built on top of the old city after the Great Fire of 1889. This is really interesting. Can you name a place? Well, never mind. Seattle's annual rainfall. Most people think, oh, it's always rainy in Seattle. But in fact, Seattle's annual rainfall is less than New York. Less than Chicago, less than New York City, less than Chicago, and less than Houston, Texas. Pretty interesting. Wow, maybe it's because they have such less rainfall that, and you would think it's overcast all the time, but people in Seattle buy the more of these than per capita than any other U.S. city. What do they buy more of than any other U.S. city? And you would think that it's not true because you would think it's overcast all the time.
So it's slow cooking.
Not sunscreen. Well, probably books, but... It is... People in Seattle buy the most sunglasses.
Yes.
Most sunglasses per capita than any other U.S. city.
I did not know that, yeah.
There's a lot of interesting facts I'm learning about Seattle.
Oh, really? Huh. Okay. The first mayor of Seattle was Bertha Landis, a woman. However, since Bertha, all of Seattle mayors have been male. Wow, I did not know that.
First female female mayor of Seattle and of any U.S. city.
Yeah,
okay, we'll leave it there until I come back.
Okay, so thank you.
Read the rest.
Okay, I won't touch it.
So there's something to talk about.
Okay, thanks.
Oh man, I have to get
Now, your cheese, when it melts, it'll be done. I just kind of put it on a low burner. It's slowly heating up the old-fashioned way, not a microwave heat.
Okay.
And I put some cheese on top, so when that melts, then you'll know it's done.
Okay.
And there's some fish. Have all of that.
No, I'll leave some of that for you.
No, I don't need it.
No, I don't need it, dude.
Then I'll have the fish. Thank you. Salmon is good. Why would she smack me? What's wrong with you? Is this some sort of a men in here think that women are gonna hit their men? I mean, what kind
Maybe
of?
that's why they're.
I don't know what they're trying to get a reaction. That's all they do is try to get a reaction. So finally, it took our government, a Democratic takeover of the House, and now the decision to impeach him, which is fine. Processing that took the New York Times, which was one of the first stories to break the Russian collusion case, this long to create a story saying the FBI opened an inquiry into whether Trump was secretly working on behalf of Russia. So we're finally catching up on it, almost 2 years into this. Finally, the FBI has revealed that they were investigating him, and they still are. So that's not really big news story. I think it's just, common sense. I would hope they would be investigating something as important as our national security. If we really are at the point where we're losing control and somebody's got the goods on Donald Trump and they're blackmailing him, God forbid. But if that's the case, that's the worst case scenario we're dealing with right now. So thank you for joining us and at least taking, we need control of our country. I mean, that's the most important thing America needs right now. Not allowing Russia to make decisions for us. I've known it for 2 long years too. Guest 799. We're commiserating. I was one of the first to talk about it on our show in the country, and it's pretty obvious that this is what's going on. For those of you who are still in Trump denial land, that's fine. Whatever. He is supporting a good idea, though. This wall is definitely necessary. We've got a potential for incoming hordes of people, not just criminals. I think Donald Trump got stuck up in the idea of extremism when referring to all the people coming in. Many of them are just suffering from terrible, abuse around in their own country, and not an economy that's collapsing. All because of globalization, ironically. This desire to sell lots of products and have lots of people buy things all over the world has led to this massive population growth in countries like Mexico and China and India. And people think that this system, this model of borrowing money can sustain everyone. It can't. The people that are borrowing the money are stealing it. And that's the reason why it's not properly distributed among the people that need it. This huge money grab our capitalist society has created is a good thing because it creates innovation, but it's a bad thing because it creates money traps, veritable traps of money. What was that organic shampoo you recommended me? Well, we actually, somebody told me about this. Garnier makes a avocado, shea shampoo. Really good stuff. The newest Navy aircraft carrier, the USS Ford, will cost $12.8 billion to build and $4.6 billion in research and development. And probably round out around $20 billion when it's done. Yeah, everyone, even John McCain was saying the Gerald Ford was way overpriced. I know. And here we had a former Secretary of Defense, Cohen, under Bill Clinton, a conservative, mind you, who said that the Navy was obsolete. I don't know how many people in the Navy took him seriously when he said that, but he's still around. Maybe we should ask him what we should do with our Navy. I truly support a strong Navy, don't get me wrong, but there's a point at which these huge juggernaut vessels that we have at the ocean they become an island unto themselves. Ooh, a mobile island. Ooh, I think we may have something to counter South China Sea. The mobile island. The U.S. Navy is now developing the mobile island. It will move from port to port whenever it wants. A mobile island. I mean, I can see how you could do this. It doesn't seem like it's impossible. Okay, Xenu, are you talking to Xenu? Really? Why are you bothering him? Dave, you recommended a different shampoo, non-GMO, organic soap? Not really, no. Oh, my hair is full. Oh yeah, I've got a great head of hair. Yeah, I've been very blessed. Yeah, I don't need to do anything with my hair. I'm very happy with it. Sometimes we have a bad hair day like Donald did today. But, you know, nobody's perfect. Strong alien hair. He and we have very similar hair. In fact, I wouldn't doubt that if you genetically tested my hair against his hair, we would probably be brothers from another mother. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that my ancestry is very similar to him. Absolutely. But that's not the point. Well, I use rosemary all the time, yeah. In fact, they make a rosemary shampoo at health food stores. I'm his son, really? Am I? No, Donald Trump Jr. is. And so is Eric. But, you know, maybe Eric will step up when Donald Trump Jr. has to deal with this upcoming indictment. I just think it's terrible that his dad pulled him aside and said,
Donald, I don't want you to talk about adoption of Russians. I want you to talk about the emails. Let's change your testimony.
That's not cool. You can't tell somebody to change their testimony. It's called tampering with a witness. I just hope that doesn't turn into anything big. I think we have to deal with what's best for everybody. Whatever that is. We're not really sure. I think letting Donald tweet and insult everybody in the Republican Party, because the Republican Party were due because of George W. Bush being such a, stick in the mud. People die fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did that. But no, the reality is Donald Trump is pretty much, who we're stuck with right now. Let's make the best of it. Okay, what do you say, America? Come on. Let's get behind this wall. Come on, Nancy, Charlie Schumer. Put $5 billion into this wall. Let's get this done with. Give Donald a win here. He needs it. Seriously. Did you see him breathing heavily the other day? I'm not going to make a big issue of it, but 36 breaths or 36 seconds of heavy breathing. I just hope he's okay. I don't want anything bad to happen, certainly to his health. We got to keep this guy strong so we have a good, strong country, because he is pushing the line. He's towing the line, keeping our country safe against this illegal onslaught. Most people in America know what we're talking about, and he's preaching to a base of people who've lost their jobs to illegals, for real. And that's one of the reasons why Donald Trump won. That's one of the big reasons, actually. It's not very business idea sense for them to not give him $5 billion. I think the Democrats feel so entitled with this win that they feel like they have now something to prove. So there. It's like they're punishing Donald. And this is not the time to do that. This is the time for Donald to get his wall, and we can move on with our government. Mission accomplished, and then make the bigger decisions about how we're going to deal with this growing threat from Russia, which Donald is very unstable on, being he still believes that Russia had nothing to do with it. Even though he's supposed to believe Russia had everything to do with it, he doesn't. And that's what's suspicious. And that's why we're still pursuing this probe. That's why the Mueller probe is continuing. And I think Donald is handling it pretty dang well. Dave, look into the camera and tell us how you would feed him mano a mano. I'm not going to tell you. There you are. You guys, full house. We're trying to get more viewers over into Periscope, but you got the side of the view that has nothing behind you. I need to get a picture source in for you. Hang on. Least I can do is put some sort of a picture. Yeah, trying to find a screenshot. A florist. A florist. What is that? No, I don't think I want to put a florist in there because it looks like it's prepared for a funeral, and God forbid. Okay, back to you. So we're all having bad hair days. Let's give Donald a break, okay? Think about that.
And Nancy and Chuck and all of the folks that could settle this thing in 15 minutes. I used to say 45 minutes. Now I say 15 minutes. It's so simple. We need money for a barrier. If we don't have a barrier, we're just wasting all of the other money. There's no technology that's any good. I think you'd say that. You know that probably better than anybody, most of you guys. You know, without the barrier, all of the folks that could settle this thing in 15 minutes. I used to say 45 minutes. Now I say 15 minutes. It's so simple. We need money for a barrier. If we don't have a barrier,
Right.
we're just wasting all of the other money. There's no technology that's any good. I think you.
Great hair. Look at that hair. Check that hair out. Look at that. That's great hair. He's about to fall over, I know. He's in there swinging, guys, so let's give him a hand, a round of applause. Mr. President, congratulations. It's a great comb over, very great. Yeah. I don't do comb overs. Yeah, well, I got to tell you, that's pretty amazing. I'm really impressed. War of the comb overs. 40% of men lose their hair before 50. Yeah, I'm 58, so I'm doing pretty well. At his age, no gray hair at all. I know, it's amazing. So anyway, let's just assume if Dave did comb over, you would see his forehead. Right, yeah, you'd see my forehead if I did a comb over. You wouldn't see my forehead. Good point, Zena. Yeah, I have a very large head. My brain pan is at least 20% larger than his, possibly 50% larger than Barack Obama's. No, I don't want to ever have a nose stash, no. No, I'm not going to put a... What is Trump's IQ? It's unknown. Many people have no clue as to what his level of intelligence is. So let's just assume, because he is one of the smartest guys out there in his own mind, that his abilities far extend beyond his range. So I think the government is responsible for not even testing the waters of Fukushima. You know, I don't have a comb over, no. Yeah, let me see what I have here. Hang on. Here's a guy who does have a comb over. Meet Ham.
Meet Ham, a humanoid robot that can smile, frown, wink, or even act drunk, all at the push of a button. Wowing crowds at an electronics fair in Hong Kong, Ham's myriad of facial expressions are controlled by 40 motors. These are covered with a unique human-like skin called frubber, short for flesh rubber. Hong Kong, Ham's
Flesh rubber is one of the useful uses to replicate skin. Much like flesh rubber, you have the ability, with frubber, to create the image of a human being. For instance, as I am demonstrating, you can see humans are constructed very similar to Ham. Take the human David. Meet Ham. Meet Ham. Ham is a humanoid, capable of interactive chat with humans and like yourself. Okay, we're having fun tonight. I don't really want to make a big issue of that. I'd rather talk about this president. Okay, so why do the Democrats not want to build the wall exactly? Because they don't think there's a problem. Why waste taxpayer dollars? Why give Trump an inch? Well, what about getting the country going? What about getting those poor TSA workers back on track so that we can at least give them a paycheck before we phase them out with a better plan? Like bringing in the National Guard and replacing them, or the Coast Guard. They can guard our ports of entry. What's guarding your port of entry? That's what I want to know. And who among you is attacking your port of entry? Are any of you seeking better solutions to your personal life? Because I don't think we have a problem. I think we're good. As long as the government shuts down, we realize how much we need the government. So as we see this slow degradation of our economy, so far no riots, nobody's had any cutbacks in their food stamps or welfare. If that happens, then we're going to be dealing with the outcome. But if in fact Donald Trump is working for the Russians, this is going along just as planned. If they can shut our entire government down for the next, say, 2 or 3 months, then not only will it be a good diversion, so that we'll be so busy with the government shutdown we won't be able to handle impeachment, but it will definitely push Russia's agenda, which is to get rid of us. So we're sitting here going, oh, okay, so we've carried this joke of a president off long enough to give us just enough wiggle room to, choke ourselves. The fact of the matter is, you don't even know when you're buried. That's how out of it you are, guess 925. Yeah, a lot of you are already, halfway toward, growing metastasized tumors in your body from eating GMO food. You have no idea how screwed you are. You avoid 5G cell phone transmission poisoning? Well, the best place to keep your cell phone is off. And if you want to hold it at arm's length away from you at all times, that would be good. Otherwise, that little nagging little pain in your head might turn into a large gangliated tumor. You think there was occlusion? Jim Bob, it's like saying, are clouds real? Well, they're not really real, but they are real because they could be chemicals. Cumulus clouds, that's a new name for clouds that are made out of chemicals. But clouds are real. So yeah, there was collusion. If Trump poops himself, then he cannot fart in his own mouth. Boy, you really elevated to a higher level. I love fries. I'm going to guess that your mind is going into the wrong place there. David, with 5G around the corner, will it even matter having a phone on you? Signals will be all over the air. Does that make you any more resistant to cancer? With all of it around you? Or is it somehow, if it doesn't kill you, make you stronger, kind of working for you there? I heard about the measles outbreak in New York State. Yep. But New York State always vaccinate, but parents are not vaccinating their kids for fear of autism. Now there's an outbreak. Well, measles never killed anybody, Johnson. May I call you Johnson? Or may I call you RJ? Or Raymond? Or Raymond Johnson? Let me just call you Johnson. No, actually, what I think is going on here is the measles is something you can get through. It's not a big deal. Measles is not nobody ever died from measles, dude. I mean, same with chickenpox. Well, they do die from shingles on occasion. Old people do. I digress. All these effers are competing for the same drunken slot. Wow. My Periscope camera is kind of cool. I look right at it. Well, that print screen is not coming in. Taking forever. So there's something wrong with the way things are coming in through the internet on this thing. My browser's secure. Good. No viruses. That's weird. It's like it's sluggish. Maybe it's running with too much in the background. Maybe I should start working on a Trump section here. Hang on. Yeah, it could be my 16 gigabytes of RAM is jogging up. This is Stephen he's back. The government is not. Let's take a look. Stephen Colbert just piped in on this sort of situation we're in.
Citing Federalist Paper 58, and I'm paraphrasing.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. That's about all I can handle of Stephen Colbert. His bird impersonation is really good. He does chicken really well. So I'm going to add him to tonight's list, as well as the Trump section. Yeah, let me clear out some of these links for me. Jimmy Kimmel's plan to end Trump's government shutdown. This was kind of funny earlier.
Maybe he forgot to take his allergy medication.
Are you suffering from congestion, itchy, stuffy nose, nasal irritation, uncontrollable persistent sniffling? Finally, there is hope. Wallegra, the first medication formulated for border wall negotiation-related allergies. Wallegra goes to work fast, giving you lasting relief from all the paranoid border wall-related delusions clogging up your passageways. Ask your indicted campaign manager if Wallegra is right for you. In a small percentage of presidents, Wallegra may cause a sudden inability to use numbers and facts.
That's so funny. Yeah, that was funny. I'm going to give it to Jimmy Kimmel tonight for being funny. That was hilarious. We'll play the entire Jimmy Kimmel section later tonight for your fair use approval. All of us need to see this. It's required. And we also have this video that came in. Amazing similarities between Trump and this 1958 episodic show. Now, we first talked about this about 2 years ago when it became obvious that there was an episode that is strangely, eerily close to the actual Trump and his wall. And this was an episode of a show that appeared in the 1950s. Here it is. The show is called Trackdown. A con man named Trump comes to town, warns people the world will be destroyed and that only he can save them by building a wall.
Got a name?
Trump.
That fits. I bring you a message. A message of great importance. Without my help and knowledge, every one of you will be dead.
Sheriff, how long are you going to put up with this?
What do you mean?
How long are you going to let this con man walk around town?
Be careful, son. I can sue you.
How about it, Sheriff? When are you going to put the lid on?
What for?
Well, stealing is stealing, whether you do it with a gun or a mouthful of mealy words.
I don't intend to sit here and be insulted, Sheriff. If your people don't want my help, I can go elsewhere.
Wait a minute, Mr. Trump. You don't talk for the rest of us.
Since the sheriff wouldn't stop Trump, Hobie had to find somebody who would.
So this guy, this con man, Trump, comes in and says he's going to build a wall. And this is a 1958 show. How could this possibly have happened? Well, Conan is returning. Excellent. What was wrong with Conan? Was he sick or something? Or just looking terribly orange? Build that wall. Build that wall. Of course I was born in America, Jim Bob. I'm an American. My goodness. Now, many of you people are just kind of like me. You know, just sitting back waiting to order your next big pizza. Can I get 2 large medium pizzas, dude? Are you pretty stoned there? Stoned immaculate. Out here in the perimeter. So, yeah. The only way this could have been possible is if some time traveler managed to get back in time, make a movie called Trackdown, and put Trump's name in a wall in it. Or it's just, you know, a coincidence. I'm going to go with a coincidence. I don't know about you. Makes sense to me. I am Dave. That is required to watch this. Have I thought about becoming a preacher? Jim, thank you so much. You know, many of the parishioners here in the Church of Dave, you know, I don't really want to be a parishioner. I don't want to be a preacher of any sort. I'm not here preaching anybody anything other than, yeah, you got to at least build your sustainable lifestyle or you're going to be screwed. Now, I can help you with a sustainable lifestyle right now online. One of my daily services is to provide you low-cost living facilities in your area. Now, if you venture to ask me where do you live or tell me where you live, I can find a house for you to live in and a trailer to put it on, you know, or next to. That's one of the services I was performing this past week. But Freedom Friday, we can do whatever you want. I can't play my older son because I don't have a son. Well, you live in Jackson, Mississippi. That's one of the best places, Jim Bob, to find a house. Yes, sir. I'm sorry for you, Jim Bob. I'm sorry you live in Jackson. Poor Jim Bob. I've been to Jackson, Mississippi. I was nearly carjacked in front of an Arco AM/PM. I know.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I have thought that, and many of us have thought that. Hiya, Mark 963. So if you're suffering from that, you may want to get an answer here. A woman's ass study. Wow, this is interesting. Hang on. This is another good Trump diversion. Oh, Donald, go ahead. A woman's ass study, ass size study. There is a new study about women and how they feel about their asses. The results were very interesting. 10% of women think their ass is too skinny. 30% of women think their ass is too fat. 60% say they don't care, they love him, he's a good man, and they wouldn't trade him for the world. So 60% consider their husband their ass. That's pretty funny. Love it. And thanks for the ass humor. It was asinine. And I would like to at least analyze it for a little short period of time, if you don't mind. Let's analyze this ass discussion. Did they pull your wife? Really? Is that what she said? Well, it reminds me of the joke that, no, I don't want to tell you jokes. Forget the jokes. Women and men have asses. End of discussion. It's an investigation from back when he fired Mark Comey. Oh, okay. Yeah, the FBI has investigated for the past 2 years, and this has been going on for some time. The Democrats, again, have this belief that border crossings have been declining for years despite claims of a crisis of illegal immigration. So they're saying they're on the decline. I say that they're on the decline because of Trump. So they're kind of using Trump's benefit of people didn't want to come over the border because they were going to get deported. They got scared. So that did work. That had a strong effect. And now they're saying, well, people aren't coming over, so what do we need to... Thanks. They just don't get it, man. These Democrats just don't get it. I doubt any of them have ever been carjacked or beaten up or pistol whipped. You know? I mean, many of you probably have never been carjacked or pistol whipped or beaten up. I doubt many of you really know what true violence is. It sucks. Oh yeah, I've been in many situations where I've been hurt. But now I don't, leave my safe compound so no one can hurt me. Yeah, it stays in your mind when you get beaten up. I do support a pathway to citizenship, Jim Bob, but not an open pathway with a freeway attached to it. And endless freebies like Trump is giving the food stamps to the illegal aliens right now. Trump hasn't stopped the program of allowing illegal aliens food stamps. So we're going to move on from this story to the next one. The FBI is opening an inquiry into whether Trump was secretly working on behalf of Russia. It is going down. And it has been going down for 2 years. So if you're still thinking it's just a Russian collusion, there's no Russian collusion, it's a big hoax. No, not for the FBI. They've been pretty serious about Trump's actions. So many of you, I do know karate and 7 other martial arts words. I'm perfectly equipped to use them too in battle. Deeker, Chairman Engel replacing terrorism committee. Nah, I don't know. No, they've got lots of stuff, rectal exam. They've got polyps. They've got carcinogenic tumors in the rectal area. Yeah, they've got a lot of things. They're going to have to ream out the situation. There are 32 indictments. Donald Trump Jr. may be indicted for lying under oath, which is probably a given. A lot of mistakes have been made. Trump doesn't, he's not going to be able to skate out of this, but he does have the Senate votes, and as long as he's doing a good job, they like him. So I see their point, and I see Donald Trump's point too. But if he really is being run or controlled by Russia, he should have told the American people, oh, if anyone's listening, Russia controls everything I say and do. I'm like a puppet. That would have been nice, but we have to find that out the hard way by actually thinking like critical thinkers that we are, and learn from finding out about things like Russian collusion, money laundering for Manafort, 8 felony counts for Cohen and 8 for Manafort. I mean, come on. What do you want to draw you a picture here? Collusion is collusion. Chairman Engel replacing terrorism committee with Trump investigated one. One is famous Canadian, the other is a political clown. Let's see who's the one. Boy, that's a pretty good match. Ha! Look at that. Yeah, I never met a woman I didn't like. Is there any doubt that what priorities the new Democratic Party controlled this will remove the ambiguity? With the takeover of the House of Representatives by the Democrats, Eliot Engel becomes the chairman of the House Foreign Relations Committee. His first move as chairman of the committee will be to disband the subcommittee on terrorism and replace it with a brand new subcommittee devoted to investigating President Trump. Dun, 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 dun. The Democrats won't have to do more than scratch and sniff on this entire thing. They'll have enough dirt on Trump to just start launching the impeachment if they have their ears to the ground and they know exactly what's been said in the media. I mean, I see at least 4 or 5 felonies. Okay, we got a question for the Democrats who are obviously pretty screwed up in the head, especially when it comes to issues of tolerance. How is this okay? Yeah, and this not. Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, people are allowed to freely express their belief in God in every city school because of freedom of religion. The Democrats somehow concluded that freedom of religion and freedom of speech means you can't say anything politically incorrect and you can't have any religious thoughts. Somehow in their thick brain, these Democrats have concluded that. You're not allowed to actually have religious thoughts. Otherwise, you're violating our Religious Freedom Act. That's how screwed up they are. They think that the First Amendment means you're supposed to say politically correct stuff. No, it's not the political correction amendment. Well, let's be clear. Well, what David said was probably very politically incorrect. And if he tries to sneak in his picture of my husband, Michael, my wife, Michelle, then we'll make sure that people know that. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys what America's all about. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We've arrived. It's 2019. I'm telling people to go to my Periscope show where I do all kinds of weird stuff with my hands, and people are starting to like it. I'm trying to get people to like coming into our Periscope show so that they can actually hang out. Yeah, I got to do something weird for you guys on this camera. Yeah, I'm doing all kinds of weird stuff. apart from picking my nose. Yeah. Check out her wardrobe. I saw it. Thank you. Yeah, didn't get that one. A couple of people were making some statements, and turns out they were lawyers, and they were giving everybody a clever little tip on what to do in the event they're pulled over. Let's listen to this.
And right now, it looks like the shutdown could go on for a very long time because both sides feel like they have a mandate from voters, right? Trump could say that he won the presidency, promising a border wall, so he has a duty to build that. But the one thing everyone to try and
Shut it down. I'm not going to blame you for it.
unless it goes bad, then I'm blaming you guys. Bye-bye. Next issue. Right, that's something I feel like we've completed. But because of Trump, no one.
Has anybody found that guy funny? I mean, press 1 if you think he's funny. I just want to get your opinion. Any of you want to... Do you find this guy funny at all? You do? Kenny DeLoes does. Slow Modes find him funny? Okay, good. I didn't know because I'm not really tuned into, you know, the replacement. Plus I don't get cable. Bill Maher is funnier, yeah. He's pretty smart. You like him? Okay. All right, let's just... He found the same thing I found 3 days ago. Okay. Good to know that you like him. And he found this rare speech that somebody pulled up. And I hope I don't get kicked off YouTube by playing it, but we'll see.
No one is talking about that anymore. The whole debate has just devolved into wall or no wall, like caveman Congress. And if there's one thing we know, it's that nothing will stop immigrants from trying to come to a video we found from 15 years ago.
Never, ever give up. Don't give up. Don't allow it to happen. If there's a concrete wall in front of you, go through it, go over it, go around it, but get to the other side of that wall.
All right, yeah.
With the shutdown stuck in a stalemate.
Put that away. And I'm adding this to our show tonight. You'll see the whole video of Trump Trackdown from 1958. Cool. Goes in Trump, too. Good. All right. And this is definitely worthy. 33 minutes of his speech today. Very good speech. He's selling the entire wall very well. I congratulate Donald in his efforts to do that. Now, this woman is just deep in all kinds of problems. She didn't pay any of her campaign employees or provide proper workman's compensation. Yeah. So, I mean, she's using free campaign support and not even paying them. And I don't know what the deal is, but she's definitely going to be held accountable for her behavior. Yeah, the employer did not have the required workers' compensation. The self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist has been portraying herself as a champion for workers' rights, but during her campaign, she advocated $15 an hour minimum wage and a federal jobs guarantee because, according to her website, anyone who's willing and able to work shouldn't struggle to find employment. Interestingly, the progressive congresswoman bemoaned in August the closing of a restaurant where she was previously employed. However, the restaurant cited Ocasio-Cortez endorsed policy as partial reason for its closure. They had to close because they couldn't pay their employees $15 an hour. She wonders why she lost and why she's not paying her workers, her campaign workers. Okay, I don't want to look at her anymore. And this is a story I just can't seem to get. Donald Trump Jr. shares an Instagram meme which calls his dad an MFer. I got to see this. Let me see if I can reboot it, get it back up and running. In the meantime, let's get some music in here. I'm a little bit, bored out of my mind because of the incessant sameness of it all. I know. It's like, gosh, the same stuff with Russian collusion and everything constantly every night. It is what it is, I guess. Okay, Donald Trump, here we go. Donald Trump shares Instagram meme which calls his dad an MFer. What? Swearing in, Donald Trump responds to a meme mocking his father. He used Instagram to lash out at Representative Rashida Tlaib for calling his father an MFer. But with the sharing of this meme, Trump's son ended up calling his dad the same term. Trump Jr. shares meme that calls his dad an MFer. Hey, Rashid, guess who just got 4 ditched the plans? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Shortly after her swearing into Congress last Thursday, we're going to impeach the MFer, right? She told that to her 7-year-old son. Right. Tlaib told a cheering crowd that we're going to impeach the... Yeah, we got that. I don't think this is a story. This is another Yahoo piece of crap. You know, who cares? Donald Trump Jr. wasn't calling his dad that. That woman might want to consult a therapist for anger management or something. She seems like she's got a lot of problems. It turns out that she said that in front of a 7-year-old boy. You don't tell your kids to use the word MFer. I mean, maybe you do. Maybe that's the kind of woman she is. Who knows? But does that qualify as child abuse? Does anybody know? Is anybody working in the CPS sector, Child Protective Services, and know that that's actual child abuse when you do that? It could be a smear campaign, really. Well, does that qualify for child abuse when you tell your child you're going to impeach the MFer? I don't know. I'm not an expert, and I certainly wouldn't want to turn somebody in on, unnecessarily, but really? Okay, since none of you have any kids, you don't have to pipe in on that. Most of us don't have children. Otherwise, their kids would be going, Mommy, Daddy, why aren't you here with me now playing? Dave, that spray is kind of gay. You're calling me gay? Jeez, you're looking for a serious situation, Zena. Yeah, just because I used a spray doesn't make me gay. Do you try sitting in front of a camera for 5 hours a day? Your face starts to peel off. You got to lighten it up. Have you noticed that your face kind of relaxes when you do that? It's like right now my face is totally relaxed. You can't tell what I'm... They say it's a lot easier on your face to smile. But smiling actually takes less energy. Is that true? Because it seems like I'm hoisting up most of my lateral connectors to my primary fascia. Okay. Let's see how long I can hold a smile. What do you say? Let's just see if this can work. Hey, by the way, have you checked out our Cool Rock site? You can have fun with Cool Rock. Watch what I'm going to do right now.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Well, it's not working on my browser, but it would work on yours. So that's a cool site if you want to check that out. It's unfortunate, though, that you have to activate Flash, and for some reason, my browser is in bad shape. I'm not sure what happened to it. I'm not sure exactly what would cause the tremendous amount of background activities. Here's an interesting story. Border Patrol Union deleted the 2012 webpage opposing the border wall. So I guess it's because Obama had told them to do that. But it's funny how Border Patrol really didn't even publicize that they wanted money back then. Even though there's been a gaping hole, a 50-mile hole in our border in Texas with Mexico. And Representative Gonzalez is on record for 30 years asking for support to cover this gaping hole. Yeah. You know, you have any idea what a gaping hole can do? It can allow lots of things to enter. People. And I know Donald Trump is being a bit extreme talking about MS-13 coming up through the gaper. But in reality, he's right. Anything could be happening, and there's a bunch of people down there in Arizona called the well, I don't know what they're called. I don't even know if they're really doing it. Scissor Fight was tracking a group of people that Backyard Brawl Gang, they're called, and they're encountering evidence of child trafficking in the area of Tucson. And our government has done next to nothing to prevent that from happening. And the Backyard Brawl Gang, a bunch of young or older veterans and one guy who's kind of a preacher, they're looking at all different avenues in which these people are trafficking these kids. And they've run into camps where people have left all the remnants of child trafficking, even sex acts being performed at these camps. And the government of Tucson did nothing to investigate it. They even found a skull that they needed investigating. They did nothing. Well, the reality is 2,400 kids right now are missing in and around the Tucson, Arizona area. And we're not sure where their avenues of trafficking are. So these people are volunteers trying to find out if they can intercept this and get more proof. But the governor of, or the mayor of Tucson, Arizona, his name is Rothschild. Mayor Rothschild. Yes, he's related to the Rothschild family. Jonathan Rothschild. Isn't that interesting? And he doesn't want to pursue any cases on child trafficking in that area that these young Backyard Brawl Gang found. And that's something that came in the news. He's been mayor of Tucson since 2011. So for 7 years, Jonathan Rothschild has been overseeing this entire operation. Now, whether they're turning a blind eye to child trafficking, or whether this is some sort of a family trait, maybe it's just what they do. They don't bother investigating bodies. But this is the kind of lack of policing that's been going on for some time. Hey, we played that Michael Moore show last night, and we found out about Michael Moore's big house and his lawsuit with his wife, divorce case, all the money he has and all that. But he still made a good point for protecting the people of Flint, Michigan, and we still have a problem with Flint, Michigan not getting fresh water. And our president now has done nothing to help them. Obama turned a blind eye to Flint, Michigan. Many of you Democrats may have remembered that. He completely blew off the entire Flint, Michigan support. Never got a good filtration system in for those people. And now Trump's doing the same. Now, we've had other issues that are not being addressed in the country, like the Ferguson area in St. Louis. There's a fire, an underground dumpster fire that's actually contaminated with underground radiation storage, which is leading to a higher than a normal incidence of brain cancer in the St. Louis area. 1 in 5,000 people get brain cancer in this area downwind from this dumpster fire, out of a national average of 1 out of 50,000. It's much higher there. So we've got to address that issue. You got to go to work tomorrow morning? Okay, DT Laura, thanks for coming in. Take it easy. Oh, I forgot to keep smiling. Yeah, so I think the key is to keep smiling all the time. I'll be like a smiling idiot.
So if my 12-year-old Mario...
Okay. Cuomo, we hold kids to a higher standard than Trump. Okay. Let's take a look.
called someone a dog, he would not say it again in my presence. I guarantee you he would apologize. In fact, if he said most of the things that the president says about people he's threatened by or doesn't like, his cheeks would be glowing. And that's because we teach our kids, we make our kids do right, because it shows respect for people, and respect matters. So don't defend President Trump calling Omarosa a dog. Don't defend him calling anyone a dog, period. Stop making it all okay, whatever Trump says. Fighting back is not automatically a virtue. Mama says, if you have nothing nice to say nothing for a reason. Same in your house, right? Discretion can be the better part of valor. Same in your house, right? Why? Because this kind of ugly talk is contagious. It creates a coarseness that leads to unintelligent confrontation. You wouldn't say it at your best. You wouldn't let your kids say it. Why let the president? This is the man charged with the greatest powers in the world over the mightiest nation and the most powerful people. We should expect better. Our president should not be defended like some drunk guy in a bar who said some things and did some things, but somehow is not to be taken too seriously.
I don't mind taking Donald Trump all the way to the, assessing his behavior. We were discussing the possibility that he may be mentally deficient in some way. Sure, I mean, I'm more than willing to go down that road if we have to. We need proof of that, Guest 340. Anytime, you can't see my chat now that I kicked you, but anytime people contact me, you have to get proof of somebody slandering me like that. America's Third Party at gmail.com. Just fill it out. America's Third Party at gmail.com. Yeah, as a drunk at a bar, you're always held accountable. They even they breathalyze you sometimes just to give you your keys back. So you know what they're... I think this guy's on a high horse. He doesn't realize that people like Donald Trump walk all over people like this. Donald Trump would not have smeared everybody in the Republican Party and succeeded and won support from the base of Americans that liked that, because they didn't like the Republican Party. The Republicans didn't like the Republican Party, so he remade it into the Trump Party. But Trump is pretty much rewriting the rules, and now we have to accept that we've allowed this guy to rewrite the rules on human behavior. And this guy's complaining after the fact. I think he's just wasting his time. We really need to find out if Donald Trump is mentally capable of finishing the term. That's important. And they have the authority to do that right now in Congress. But really, it comes down to he's fighting really hard for the wall. His campaign slogan is my slogan. My slogan, and I have this on tape, is keep America great. That's my slogan. Now, he stole that slogan numerous times. I wouldn't doubt if he has a better slogan, great. I really don't care. But that's my slogan. All right. The bottom line is my issue on the fence is we've got this huge population increase down south. That's all I can keep saying, because it is really a huge problem. In the event of a disaster, we can't stop people from coming in here. They can just pour into our country. And believe me, Border Patrol will be overpowered rather quickly. Plus, we've got serious problems within Border Patrol that Donald Trump is not addressing. Hi, Anita. We've got the corruption level. 3 years ago, they did a study of young recruits in the Border Patrol. How many of them were lying on a lie detector test? 61% of the young recruits, of the 10% that was studied, 61% were found to be lying. We can't trust our own Border Patrol. They can be bought off. So that's another issue, and that's the reason why we need the troops at the border. I believe that Donald Trump could map the entire financials through our veterans associations as a protection for our own military while they're down there. I think there could be money in an emergency fund, like Lindsey Graham is saying, but at the same time, drawing from that is going to put a lot of Republicans and Democrats ill at ease. They don't want to call this an emergency. It's not an emergency. And the Democrats are right. It really isn't an emergency yet. It's an impending problem is what it is. Deaker, McCabe admits FBI let Hillary off the hook early, says it was only time. So the truth about the FBI investigating both Donald Trump and Hillary is still kind of making the rounds and becoming more obvious. They were really looking into his Russian collusion, but they were protecting Hillary. And McCabe admits the FBI let Hillary off the hook early, but says it was the only time they ever did that. So McCabe, who lost his retirement plan and everything, is in hot water. He admitted that he could think of no other instances in which the FBI let somebody off the hook prior to the conclusion of an investigation, except for Hillary Clinton. So he's admitted it, which is good. We know that they were definitely biased against Trump in favor of Hillary. That's the only good thing that came out of the Republicans' House investigation, which I think was completely bogus because Devin Nunes handed over all this information to Donald Trump, nullifying any of their results. The new House investigation should be very informative, and I'm sure there's more than enough information out there to conclude that Donald Trump is doing everything from collusion to conflict of interest with his business to taking bribes from people like Betsy DeVos, $9.5 million, to become Secretary of Education. I'm the only one talking about that in the country. And then going on from there, there's all these little petty cases of conflict. There's witness tampering with his son, changing his testimony, obstruction of justice. I mean, the list goes on. We are talking about high crimes and misdemeanors, but we also need a fence. So that's where I am. I'm a centrist. Why would I smell something like that? You don't think a wall would work. The jobs are not plentiful, Kenny. Our entire economy's slowing down. We're not securing our future for anybody but average Americans. White, black, Hispanic, Asian. They're all Americans. Donald Trump has a signature of being a white supporter, which is really not good. Yeah, it's kind of pushes the envelope on racial hostilities. But we don't have to bend over and be overly politically correct and live with white guilt and act like we have to do everything we can to help poor black people. I'm a victim of affirmative action. I was not given access to colleges like Harvard because I'm white. Now, this gun control advocate, David Hogg, is going to Harvard with a lower SAT than most of them going in there. He's coming in with, what, a 1260 SAT score? And many people are thinking, well, why did he get access? Because he's a complete shill, and he's completely been shilling up to the entire left wing of our country who wants gun control. And that's the part of the Michael Moore show I didn't really want to see last night. It was horrible. He keeps pushing gun control and then talking about the dangers of Hitler. In case Michael Moore didn't know, Hitler was in favor of gun control. In fact, he used it against the Jews and the ethnic minorities when he disarmed them before he killed them, or he carted them to camps, concentration camps. I don't know. I don't know why people would talk about other people. The drug cartels are giving illegal an incentive to kill police officers. Really? So you think the cartels are giving illegals the incentive to kill police officers? Interesting. Thanks, Mr. Bill. So there are illegal aliens targeting police. Yeah, I agree. And let's not forget the reality that Woo, cascading desktops. There we go. 20 dead in a grisly Mexican gang battle near the U.S. border. I didn't really do a close-up of this earlier. Mexican authorities are investigating a battle between two suspected gangs that left at least 20 bodies, 17 of them burned, in a border town near where U.S. President Donald Trump will visit on Thursday to win support for his plan to build a wall. Wow. Mexican President Obrador said at his daily morning news conference that initial information pointed to a battle between two groups, and the security officials would later provide further information. But yeah, this is statistics show illegal immigration has fallen to a 20-year low, while many drugs are believed to enter through legal ports of entry. But Mexican security officials said the authorities discovered 20 bodies on Wednesday, burned. I don't think these stories are separate. I think they're combined. I mean, I don't think we have no problem at the border like the Democrats are saying. We got big problems at the border. And Donald is right to push for this fence. So gosh darn it, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, just go ahead and get the $5 billion to Donald and give him a good night's rest. Thank you, Blue Raven. Donald needs a good night's rest. He looked like he was really losing sleep last night. You know? Gosh darn it. And this came in earlier in the pre-show. Thank you. We're getting more viewers over at Periscope now that I changed the camera angle. Oh, okay. It's a kind of a good thing. Because they can see me picking my nose and things, you know, that other people can't see. That's why they're watching. Pretty soon our Periscope show will be filled with David's picking his nose over there.
It's like a behind-the-scenes footage.
Well, you can see us over at Periscope. Every night we post a link at Twitter. And be sure to follow us at Third Party. But Trump made a lot of money, $35 million last year in real estate sales. Pretty good, huh? Not bad for sitting there in the White House. Yeah, he's certainly an idiot who made $35 million sitting there doing nothing. But making money on the side in the White House is conflict of interest. He can't do that. And I don't even know how he even got to be president. They should have just cleared him on that, checked him on that problem. You can't be president and make money on the side. He should have put everything in a public trust. There's the Periscope link if you need it. All right, Sarah's going to take over. I'm going to go have a little bite to eat and trying to clear the slate. I think it may be an operating speed issue. So it could be just too many things are being, played at the same time.
Yeah, it could be.
GoFundMe border wall campaign implodes. Oh, I want to see that. Okay, so the GoFundMe border wall campaign has imploded. He raised more than $20 million to finance construction of a wall along the southern border. All right. Poor Sarah. She probably would love to have a Kleenex. Could I get you a Kleenex?
Sure, whatever. No.
Okay. We don't have a link to the Can't Stop song. Sorry. I'll look at that later. Right now I'm going to set it up with your stuff that you get. Do you put the stuff on the screen or you just keep... Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, people in Seattle buy the most sunglasses per capita than any other U.S. city. That was a very interesting little bit of trivia information for you, right? They can't donate the money directly for the wall, so a bunch of people got scammed. Why can't they just build a wall like on private property slightly north of the border? What was the name of the first female mayor of Seattle? It was the first female mayor of any U.S. city. Since she's been elected, all Seattle mayors have been male, but hey, at least she got in. Can I get you a link by Scissor Fight? No, I don't know the link. Maybe when Scissor Fight comes in the room, he can do that. David's got you thinking about food now. Pistachio ice cream. A few hours ago, you said you were leaving and would come back when I'm on. I came back and I walked in 10 seconds later. It's like we're connected. All right. Go be by yourself a little bit, Anita. All right. I'm glad you came back when I came back. All right, her name was Bertha Landis, the first female mayor. There's only one place that has more of these than in Seattle. And that place is in Murano, an island near Venice, Italy. Otherwise, Seattle has a ton of these places. What am I talking about? Google failed you again? All right, thank you. Unlike you, I don't get IMs. I don't know how David does it. The playlist. But I'll do my best. Okay, let's see. Oh. I'm adding him to the playlist. Yes, 307 is correct. Good job. Oh, whatever. Yes, 1901 is the newest playlist. I added them in the order that you told me to add them, but then I don't know if it plays them in that order or does it play them from the newest to the last. Anyway, the thing is Glass Blowing Studios. Seattle has a lot of glass blowing studios. Or both. Dale Chowahuli is from Washington, and he's a glass artist. Nice. Oh. Seattle has the second highest per capita rate of a certain type of performance in the United States. Only New York City has the most. You're not going out. Hello, busy. It's 23 degrees in Jersey. Stay inside. Drink hot cocoa. It's Seattle has the second highest per capita rate of live music performances in the United States. New York City has the most live music performances. Wow. More people bike to work in Seattle than in any other similar sized city in the U.S. Are they saying Portland's not a similar size? Because I think more people bike in Seattle and Portland, but maybe not. There's a lot of hills in Portland. Take that back. Washington is good looking. That's true. Oh. It also, wow. We're known for our fine arts up here in Seattle as well. Not only do we have live music performances, we also have these types of live performances. The highest per capita attendance of these performances in the country. Every winter, they always have a special one. Every Christmas, they have a special one of these performances. The one on Christmas time is the Nutcracker. So more people attend. The answer is ballet. Who is a famous guitarist that was born in Seattle? Really known for his Woodstock performance back in the 60s. Left-handed guitarist. You don't think Seattle's progressive? We like to pretend. Yes, that's true. People up here like to pretend they're progressive. Look, we're green. I don't like how they're composting. Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix was born in Seattle. Bing Crosby was born in Tacoma. I like composting, but some people don't. Okay. More people bike to work than similar sized cities, and it's no surprise that Seattle was the first city to have police on bicycles. You're being snowed in, you can't get your McDonald's delivered to you. Don't eat yellow snow. Then why are you offended by it? Never mind. Oh. Seattle also has more of these than anywhere else in the world. They're not tiny houses. Well, actually they are tiny. And they are houses. But they're special because they're in Seattle. Or anywhere else there's water. Gnomes, modular homes, condos. Ooh, that's a good one. Nope. Maybe you guys are right, but this one was houseboats was the answer I was looking for. Houseboats. No, it's because of the sugar in the soda. That's why they're charging a tax on it. Wow. The largest man-made island in the U.S. is Seattle's Harbor Island. Pike's Place Market not only features the first Starbucks, It also features the longest continuing operating one of these in the U.S. Well, the water is... it's cold in the water. I don't know if it's cold on the water because the water stays the same temperature all the time. You're right. They could have a coffee tax. My goodness, the price of those coffee drinks is so high, you would think that they do have a coffee tax. It was Pike's Place Market features the longest continuously operating farmers market in the U.S. Wow. Interesting. 565 claims that in the last 48 hours, 2 female police officers were murdered in cold blood, and not a word came from feminists. Yeah, especially they need to tax it if it's like you add sugar to your coffee. Tax, well, wait, don't tax my hot cocoa. God, those drinks are so pricey. You think that they are taxed. Oh, wow. Kim Basinger, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Julia Roberts all turned down the role of Annie in what movie? If we don't get David in as president, our nation is in deep trouble, according to Blue Raven. No, not Annie. Good guess, though. I'll give you another guess. Meg Ryan got the part. Both, Mad Dog. Yes, and yes. Is Sleepless in Seattle. Interesting. Seattle was also home to the second chapter of the Black Panther Party in 1968. Good job, Angeltown. It will come eventually. Mad Dog's over in iVlog. Wow. What system is the largest in the country? Third largest in the world. Travels on the water around the islands of Puget Sound. Well, I think it'll start with the colleges and then move down eventually. Correct, Eric. It is the ferry system. The Washington State ferry system carries more than 25 million passengers each year. Seattle's Pier 52 is the busiest ferry terminal in the United States. All right, that was good. You think Trump is guilty of pushing 5G? Wow. All right, moving on. I was reading about the wall thing. They say that the guy that created the GoFundMe campaign for the wall has pocketed money from other ventures, like money for disabled veterans, and then he just pockets money. I should really go on all of these things. And here's what we should do. In the news, it says, this person is running for president in 2020. We should get accounts and go and tell them, you really should vote for David Sponheim in 2020. At least David Sponheim talks to the people every night. America's third party. It's time for a third party. I'm just going to go back. She was the deputy campaign manager for Bernie Sanders in 2016.
Technology, innovation, or whatever, but it's hard to get them done with the existing arrangement. Are you going to run for president of the United States and do something about it? Do you think you should? Do you think you should? Are you going to run?
I have decided to run and will be making a formal announcement within the next week.
Whoa.
Okay. Oh, they don't want any. I can't comment on this one on CNN. They don't have any comments sections. Leave this open for David. I'll leave it open. He might see it, he might not. Okay, I'll add that to the playlist. Well, you're here, aren't you, 999?
Hey, if you want to finish that pasta, you can.
Okay. Well, do you want...
I heated it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I finished my portion.
All right.
All right. Yeah, see, it just isn't popping up, you see?
Yeah, I see that.
Really,
I was telling people we should go on when people claim they're running for president, we should go and like put in, type in, actually vote for David Sponheim. It's not, we don't need Democrat or Republican, we need a third party.
Right, yeah. What's this person 999 all about?
Oh, you can get rid of him.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I can't even imagine anyone allowed in the show like that.
Good
Oh,
night.
he already was quick. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Awesome. All right, thank you. So there is a Tulsi Gabbard that says she's going to run for president in 2020. I don't know who Tulsi is, and is this like I know, but is this like the attack of the weird names now that Barack Obama has been president? Thank you so much. Yeah, we had to clear that guy out of here. Wow. Aside from Donald Trump's bad hair day, it's pretty much the same as it was yesterday. I heard that Trump's haircut sucks, absolutely sucks. It's just everybody's freaking out about it. But why make a big deal about hair, you know? We have a view of Trump is expanding the U.S. empire. Okay, Abby Martin debunks the notion that Trump is an anti-interventionist president. He has an aggressive foreign policy that has expanded U.S. wars and occupations. Abby Martin's always good to talk to or listen to. She's a very... there's another one called Trump's Syria deception. He says he's pulling out of Syria, but John Bolton says he wants to, stay to protect Netanyahu. I don't know, when did John Bolton become president? I didn't know. Okay, these two traitors, James Comey and McCabe, really should be looked at as possible colluders with Russia or something. Actually, McCabe helped Hillary, so he wouldn't have been helping Russia. But when Comey said that they are opening up criminal investigation into Hillary 11 days before the election, that was working for Russia. So I wonder if Comey's not receiving a stipend from Vladimir Putin. Yeah, I've done the whole show without my header tonight. Thought that would be kind of fun. I am David Sponheim, in case you're wondering. Hey, leave this field open. Still true about presidents. No matter who you vote for, the rich stay rich, the poor stay poor. Presidents are merely puppets that take orders from the military-industrial complex. So true. And I would never want to be that kind of a president. The mere thought that people are buying people left and right with their money in our government is the reason why I'm even producing a third party. If you wanted the same old thing from the Democrats and Republicans, you can certainly do that. Keep voting Democrat or Republican. You'll get the same corruption that you've had years and years before. And the bombs never stop. That's right. The war machine continues. Now, Freedom Friday talks about brutality. And I want everyone to know that I'm against brutal cops. I'm really upset about it. 1,200 people die every year by cop in America, on average. 1,200 people. More than half of them are unarmed, statistically. Statistically unarmed. Some of them have like a pocket knife, like that poor guy down in Florida at Florida State University. He was in charge of the LGBTQ community, president. He had kids go through, young people go through this thing where they, have a crisis in their early 20s. He confronted a cop with a pocket knife. It wasn't even a pocket knife. It was one of those little pliers. And he was holding the plier like this, and the cop said, "Drop it, drop it, drop it." They dropped him. They shot him dead. And he was a very talented young man, homosexual, which is their choice. People who want to be gay can be gay. I certainly don't want to change anti-discrimination laws like Trump wants to. I want to keep them the way they are. I don't want to add to them either. That's why I openly say that I'm not pro-LGBTQ. It's disturbing to think that they're pushing an agenda when we have a lot of other bigger problems to deal with right now. Way bigger. Like some of you wonder where you're going to live. That's a huge problem. Hello. Chat is not broken. They took ATP bot out. I guess Ghost isn't here. So it's kind of stagnant tonight. Add this to the little playlist. Okay.
In the sky that alarmed me significantly, that sent me on a little rabbi trail, okay? And this rabbi trail took me to a place that I really didn't want to go. So I'm going to give you a close-up of this picture here. This is the moon and the star, as you can see here, okay, that I'm talking about, that shows up again on Ishtar's chariot. But what I want to focus on is this.
Hallelujah, the origin of the Statue of Liberty. That'll be cool. Yeah, we'll watch that tonight. Thank you, Misanthropy. Trailers for rent or lease. Creepy. Let's watch this. This is children. This is from Super Saver.
On YouTube.
Okay, we're going to look at a Joe Biden picture that may be a little creepy for you. Watch creepy Joe Biden was spotted running away from a reporter who questioned whether he still gropes children. Mr. Biden, are you still groping children? Are you still groping senators' children? Sir, have you seen the video? It's pretty disgusting, sir. Let's take a look. He's finally confronted. Thank you.
You still groping senators' children? Creepy Joe Biden? Creepy Joe Biden on YouTube? Sir, have you seen the video? It's pretty disgusting, sir.
That's nice of you to say.
No, I'm not saying. He knows I mean it.
Oh, that's,
I genuinely mean it.
that's good to hear.
Do you know what my dad used to say? His granddaughters have one important job. Take care of the father. The most important one.
Okay, the gentleman with the baby, could you guys come on to the front? Okay, yeah, can I get a couple of you, a few of you here?
Come on, man, you make me look.
Come on in here. Dare I play the other one? We've seen the other one too many times. Thank you. Yeah, Joe Biden's creepy. So true. Thank you, Super Saver. I shouldn't be thanking you, but thank you anyway. Well, he told a friend about us. You know, that's the least I can get from some people. Helping send other people in here. I appreciate that. That girl looks scared. I know. And this isn't the first time we've seen creepy Joe Biden. Yeah, the possibility that he's a creepy reptilian kind of guy. I don't know. I don't believe in reptilians, but sure. Whatever you want to believe. Sure. Sure thing. We do have the most important one. Here it is. In case you haven't seen it, we always get new viewers every night, and you never know if you haven't seen this one, but it's ritualistic child predator behavior. Yeah, and it's from our former vice president. It's shocking. And we've amped the volume up. Scissorfied did a great job with the volume, but listen to what he says to this 13-year-old girl.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank
you. Wow. Every time I see that, it freaks me out. How helpless she must feel sitting there with her family trying to make a good impression, and it's like, wow, these kids are so vulnerable, and their parents do nothing. The parents, the mothers know, and they do nothing. Yeah. Pretty messed up. Indeed. Okay, I will play that CNN Cuomo talking about holding higher kids. We hold kids higher to a standard than Trump. I'm certainly not going to ignore that. We'll add it to our list tonight. We always look for fun stuff to look at. Well, the dad is looking at the cameras, but a lot of these people exchange their access to their children for power. I've heard this is true. They're actually pimping their kids out for access to power. I know that's hard to believe that anyone would do such a thing, but. And this came in earlier. Iran has admitted it arrested another American. Likely a message to Trump. Yeah. The U.S. Navy veteran's family says he's been missing since July. Yep. First American detained overseas during the Trump administration by the Iranians. Their negotiated nuclear deal that Obama put forth was canceled when Trump didn't sign the treaty. And he imposed economic sanctions on Iran as well. Up and away. And a news story, the Democrats are so full of themselves that they are acting like they're empowered. Breaking. Dems introduce updated assault weapons ban to Congress to include pistol braces. Whatever a pistol brace is. So here the Democrats are thinking that they're all empowered because they got elected, even though they got elected just because America wants to impeach this guy. And now they think that they want gun control. They don't. The Americans do not want gun control. 60% say no to gun control. Yep. The origin of the Statue of Liberty. Okay, that's great. We got that in the loop. And Jamie Klaas has been reunited with her family. She survived somehow. She vanished for 3 months, but somehow survived. Jamie did. We still don't know the full details of this story, but yeah. Hey. I'm trying to pay more attention to my Periscope show, and it helps me to have this picture up here with me in it. See, things just start popping. It's just hard to understand why. All right, and some of the lines Donald Trump said the other day. I'm a professional at technology. Are you now? And what does that entail? When, during the campaign, I would say, Mexico is going to pay for it. Obviously, I never said this, and I never meant they're going to write out a check. So what did he mean when he said Mexico wanted to pay for this? No one can really figure this out because now he's saying he didn't say it. And even his own supporters are saying, yes, he said it. Mexico's going to pay for this. No, I didn't mean that. What did you mean? Yeah, she's alive. I know. It's phenomenal. I'm glad that she's okay. They saved her. What happens when you take a Trump in the morning? I know. That's a good one, Mark. I don't want to talk about what happens when I take a Trump in the morning. There's Carrie Fisher. She said that Trump had a cocaine addiction. I don't understand how anyone could possibly think that. In the 48 hours, 2 female officers were murdered in cold blood and not a word from feminists. Wow, super saver. Tracking female officers. Wow, I didn't know that. Feminists don't care. They don't stand up for female police officers. How about that? Fisher looked hot in her youth. You should hang out with Stebu. He writes like that. Youth. Hey, there's a distant relative in one of your families is asking, they want their body parts back. And there's Steve Austin, the $6 million man. I'm using visual stimulation therapy to prevent me from getting, too stagnant. You'll see things flashing on and off on the screen at various times. It's all part of a plan to create some sort of a mix in the show. Directed energy weapons. We talked about that this week. Boy, that was some study. We looked at the fire. I don't know if you guys saw it, but the poor guy that was in the fire was barely able to survive. This is an eyewitness account of the fire when it first happened.
Body, people. A body. This is what fire does. A small dog. This is what happens. I was not, but oh my God, I'm feet away from here. This is where I jumped over the fence right there. This guy didn't make it. There's a bunch of dead bodies here. We got trapped. Oh.
You want a mini directed energy weapon to burn your weeds in your backyard? Well, they sell propane that'll do that.
I cannot believe, people, that my car runs. Now, this is the poor guy. Came down to get my crippled friend out, and he didn't make it. Nobody made it down here. These people all got burned out. I was right down below them here, and my friend, as the cars.
Okay, all right. I think that's about as realistic as you can get here. You know. You see the skeleton in the picture? Yeah. That's serious. That's a guy who's just talking to him a few minutes earlier. Burned to death in his car. So people didn't stand a chance. They say the temperatures were so high it burned at over 3,000 degrees. How the hell is that going to happen in a forest fire? Forest fires are no more than 1,200 degrees. And you never see the roots burn. They saw the roots burn all the way down in these things. So we know that direct energy weapons could possibly have been used here. And we do have photographs of DEWs. Yeah, no question about it. They do exist. The government has them. They've tested them. Why are they using them against their own people? That's a directed energy weapon that was used last year against the people of California. That was photographed from 2 different angles. Not making this up. Be nice if we were just making it up, then we wouldn't be, waking up. It would be just like a fictional story. Did you hear about that funny story about those people that were burned to death with a direct energy weapon? No, it wasn't funny. Everybody's waking up.
Hey, do you ever wonder,
Yeah, I just heard you say that. Same thing. So this is not some big revelation that's happening. This is a slow process of critical thinking. And also now NSA is now targeting another woman I know. Oh, really? They're targeting her? Really? That's interesting, Blue Raven. I've heard they go after their own. Well, I have something I'd like to show you. I was waiting for best for last, right? Let me bring it in. Well, that's good coffee, I'll tell you. Organic. Colombian. We'll see if it comes in. I'll get back to you with that. Oh, there it is. All right. TopSecretWriters.com has a story. A CIA agent says agency supplies pedophiles with children. Have you seen this link, Blue Raven? Let me show you this link. Sometimes doesn't appear on the internet. But it's serious. In what has been the most damning revelations of misconduct by a veteran CIA agent has exposed the CIA for running a child trafficking network, which involves providing children to elite pedophiles around the world. John Kiriakou had been an agent for the CIA for 14 years and left the agency in 2004. He's also associated with Hollywood, having worked as an advisor in the movie industry. Speaking at a recent World Beyond War event, the former CIA agent blew the whistle on how the intelligence agency provides child sex slaves to powerful oligarchs in the show business industry in D.C. It explains why all the child centers have illegals. That's a good point, Bengalitis. Really? Well, this guy's probably on their list too, because, he's definitely coming out saying that CIA would provide these rich and powerful sources with a constant stream of child prostitutes in exchange for information. The children are usually raped and killed and likely to be never seen again. He went on to say, CIA is using these child prostitutes. He would meet up with an elite source in a hotel. In return for information, the source would demand a child. Kirikow explained how he would think of the elite oligarchs as being scumbags, but he would be forced to give them what they wanted. In this clip of his revelations about the American Intelligence Agency on YouTube, the CIA agent asked the audience who would meet a rich oligarch's demand for a prostitute. When few people raised their hands, Kirikow then asked, but what if he asked for a child prostitute? He then tells the audience, your job as a CIA agent is to break the laws of the country you are serving. That's your job. Your job is to commit espionage, which in most countries is a death penalty crime. And your job is to convince people to commit treason for you because they like you so much, or they like the money that you're giving them so much. So because it's the nature of your job to break the law, they are the rules that are written for you to carry out that job. Now the problem there is that most CIA officers would procure the child prostitute even if they felt funny about it. They would be told by headquarters, you have a job to do. This is a bona fide source here. Go and do your job. And that is this, which is, according to Kirikow, the problem, or the nature of the problem, of ethics inside of intelligence operations. Well, he said a mouthful there, didn't he? So if you guys want that link, I have it over here. Alex Jones is in trouble. He's the case involving the Sandy Hook family that felt that he was defaming them, claiming that their son really wasn't dead, is now, he's getting serious problems. Alex has to present all kinds of data and evidence that happened during that time period when he was making a big deal about it. Now he owes money. He got sued and lost the case. Now he owes money. Wow. Huh. Well, it would have been better if he'd taken a more aggressive stance on the whole thing and asked to verify. But it turns out that they just released the documents regarding the children. The death certificates for all the children from Sandy Hook was just released. Connecticut has a state law saying you can't access death certificates of anybody who dies. It's the weirdest thing, especially children. And now Connecticut is releasing on Sandy Hook all of the death certificates of every child. Yeah, they won a legal victory, the families did. There we go. That's the story.
ABC knows.
Well, if you're going to allege that it definitely didn't happen, you have to present evidence that it definitely did not happen. Right? He didn't do that. If you're going to allege that something really did happen, and you're trying to prove that it really did happen, you have to present evidence that it really did happen. So he was alleging that it didn't happen, and therefore they felt defamed and they won the case. But he could have proven that it didn't happen, and that would have guided him to the right solution, but he didn't go in that direction. Yeah, my viewer count's always been dropped. Mark does that frequently. They just put us over 1 million views when in fact I've had 500 million views. I've had more than 500 million views. Okay, this is just coming from Senator Rick Scott of Florida. I've been in the Senate for 3 days, and it's as dysfunctional as you think it is, probably more. The vast majority in Congress say they want border security. The vast majority also say they want to open the government. So, of course, they won't do either. Thanks. So Karen Stewart is the NSA whistleblower that Blue Raven has been tracking. He knows her. She's exposing the NSA. Thomas Drake exposed the NSA as well. This is just not playing. But yeah, they won a victory. The plaintiffs include the parents of 5 children who went to school, as well as the family members of the first grade Victoria Lesoto and Principal Don Hochsprung. The plaintiff attorneys, according to the statement, the plaintiffs alleged a years-long campaign of abusive and outrageous false statements in which Jones and other defendants have developed, amplified, and perpetuated claims that the Sandy Hook massacre was staged, and the 26 families who lost loved ones that day are paid actors who faked their relatives' deaths. Well, they can sue all they want in court. The onus of proof is upon Alex Jones to prove that they didn't die. They claim that he trafficked lies and hate in order to profit from these people. He does make money on his site. I know I probably have 1 billion views. Plaintiff suffered a horrible tragedy, according to the defense attorney, and apparently that flew. The judge's ruling on discovery gives the plaintiffs access to any communication Jones has about the Newtown massacre and to documents that point to the inner workings of the InfoWars. Well, I think, this is interesting because the plaintiffs, the families themselves, will now look at all of the documents that InfoWars has, which have questions about the validity of the entire event. This could be a win-win for both sides, actually. Closure for the families that lost their child, if indeed they did lose their child, and perhaps a chance for Alex Jones to prove that some of these events are not fully documented. For instance, the entire redacted version of the state of Connecticut full report, police report from the event, the entire case was presented 1 year later, 11 months later. They finally presented the case report, and all of it had removed any evidence of any blood whatsoever. None of the photographs revealed anybody shot. None of the photographs, not even Lanza's mother's death shot was in the pictures. Nothing. Adam Lanza's mother allegedly was killed. There wasn't even a photograph of that in any of the photos. So I went through all of the data painstakingly. I spent many hours looking at it, and I can tell you there's not one stitch of blood evidence except for a few drops of blood outside of the car that allegedly was driven by Adam Lanza. Problem is the license plate for the car does not match Adam Lanza's. There's all these inconsistencies. They even have video footage of the event showing no children evacuated from the location. So if indeed Alex Jones profited from perpetuating a lie that he can't verify, but if he can verify that there is no solid evidence of their death, he might win the case. It could still go in his direction. But he does have to produce all the data that he has making these allegations. He has to prove that they didn't die or that they don't even exist. He's going to have to prove that too. It's crazy. But the onus of guilt is on him now, even though he's supposed to be, without saying anything, he doesn't have to defend himself. But having said something, he has to defend himself. I've always said there's one big problem in our country, and there's not a lot of proof that false flags are really happening. And that lack of evidence is enough to open up a questionable thing about everything. I've said this before, but the only picture of an actual open casket in all the deaths of anybody who's died in 50 different terrorist attacks in the past 10 years, the only image of an open casket is this guy. The pastor, Charleston church shooting, 2015. And you can see that the wax dummy that was opened up in the casket is not him. His head is completely deformed. His ear is an inch lower than it should be. And ironically, when you go looking for this picture online, they have removed all traces of the stories that came out right after the Charleston shooting. So there's all these real serious doubts that are arising as a result of a lot of these events. Apparently the government can lie to us. It gets away with it. It does it all the time. It's not too uncommon. They've been getting away with this for some time using certain laws that Barack Obama put into play. And I'm the one who's been, the false flags that are happening are oftentimes completely legal. They're completely legal based on Barack Obama's NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act of 2012, in which they pushed an agenda called the Strong Cities Network, which the NDAA 2012 erased the Smith-Mundt Act, which prevented the country from lying to its own people. The Smith-Mundt Act was created in 1946 to stop propaganda like Hitler used. Well, they nullified it under Obama, so they're allowed to lie to people, and they're allowed to lie to people to present their agenda, which, to promote a global police force, they need, the agenda is to disarm the population. You remember NDAA, yeah. Well, 2012, and then Trump just restated the entire thing. He completely signed it into law, exactly what Obama had done. So Trump is not stopping the deep state in any way. Heck, even Brett Kavanaugh was the guy that created the Patriot Act, and he was the guy that was promoted recently by Trump. Trump's not stopping the deep state. He's certainly not making sure that we have rights against unlawful search and seizure or brutality. He's done nothing to advance that. Welcome to Freedom Friday. So this is a big push to create a global police force using the UN, and our government right now under Trump is part of this plan. It was part of Obama's big thrust. So that's how they are able to lie to the American people with false flags and get away with it. Technically, they're not, they can even fake deaths. There's no law preventing you from faking a death. I was surprised. I was at UCLA from 1978 to 1979, and also from 1988 to 1989. So I'm suggesting a media verification alliance that would put to rest all these questions about validity of any event. The biggest questions people are having is, how come there's no proof of any bodies? Like in Mandalay Bay, not one single body appeared of 58 people slaughtered outside of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. Not one body was seen. Nobody was seen carried out, except for a couple of fake debunked shots of a couple people that weren't even bleeding. A lot of fakery went down, and this is true in almost every one of the cases. Most recently, Parkland, the Sutherland, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas school shooting, and then the Sutherland church shooting. Very few witnesses of any shooters. It's just crazy. And then recently, we saw photographs of the check this out. A guy went searching on Bing and he found
12 and 1300 building. Units go to the north side. Units go to the north side of the...
You guys see how Nicholas Cruz has a little limp to his run there?
Right. A guy went online and searched for pictures of Nicholas Cruz, footage of Nicholas Cruz, recent footage. And he finally went to Bing and he found this picture.
Don't match what people said of eyewitness of how he looked, right? All black, tactical gear, not a backpack. He has a backpack on. Do you guys see that? What tactical gear are you talking about? And he said he had a mask on. Where's the mask?
Resource Officer Deputy Scott Peterson waiting outside on his radio instead of trying.
Isn't that funny how they kind of block him off now? Like they don't even. There is a clear picture of him on the cell phone just talking and not doing absolute.
Donald.
So I work out a lot. I do. His head. Where are the EMTs that's supposed to care for this wound? Right?
All right. So yeah, this guy is not. We cannot confirm that was Nicholas Cruz with tactical weaponry surrounded. He was seen at the same time that a person was seen shot or heard shot. He was seen talking to a woman walking away while they were hearing gunshots in the background. There's no way that Nicholas Cruz was the only one, and he couldn't not possibly have acted alone if he was seen while shots were being fired in the background. It's absurd. So it looks like he didn't even know he was being questioned by the judge. And the person defending him automatically said, "Oh, yes, he pled guilty, sir." And then he recanted his statement now. He says he's not guilty. But then he had an entire speech that he read literally from paper claiming he did it. It looks more and more like there's all kinds of controversy. Now Scott Israel has been suspended by the governor of Florida from the police that handled this because the governor thinks that the police didn't handle it right. They didn't get in to save the people, the 17 people that were shot. I have a couple of questions. It's truly un-effing believable. Yeah, they can get away with all this stuff right in front of our eyes, and we can't even verify a single thing. No closed circuit TV, other than a couple of shots of hallway shots of him, walking in and out without a limp, whereas he should have a limp. I'm not even sure if that's the video we had earlier. The cops could have done their job. They would have apprehended the shooter. But then there were those photographs of people that were coming out of the school with long rifles. These were cops, tactical SWAT team carrying long rifles, which is highly unusual. Man, I got to get to the bottom of why this computer is unable to function when we're on a show. I'm going to have to do some scans. It's kind of wild. I've got this computer running fine off Wi-Fi, but I'm having a hard time accessing the internet on an Ethernet, which makes no sense at all. Huh. I'm going to look at my control panel. I'm going to look at my control panel later and find out if there's an energy drain in my system. Yeah, there's a way of setting this up to look at the power, all the different programs and apps that you're running. That'll probably figure out what the heck is going on. Yeah, well, I'm beginning to wonder, Xenu, your control panel tells you CoinHive's running in the background. I'm beginning to wonder if Mark installed CoinHive on the pop-out chat. That's what it seems like to me. Oh, they should have. Yeah, they're right. He should have been arrested the 35 times that they went to see his house. And they knew he had a gun, too. And he said he was going to, use his gun to hurt people. So everything points to bad police work. And Scott Israel should be hauled in because he didn't arrest a young person in the area for 5 years prior just to receive more federal money. And that's one of the reasons why Nicholas Cruz was not arrested earlier, because Scott Israel refused to arrest young people. They have a special thing. If you don't arrest a lot of young people in your area, you get more money. Totally a corrupt thing for a cop to do. You just used the pop-out chat 5-10 minutes ago because I watched GP Classics, to be honest. I'm still using it now, on and off. Grand Prix, you're racing. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe pop-out chat has the CoinHive in it now. That's the only thing I can assume. And I'm looking at the source code, and it doesn't tell me a lot, because a lot of that source code is on the other end. See, when you get things like Mark's back end, this is how bad his code is. When you get in there, you're looking at code that failed to support, error not resolved, fail. See it? Fail. Error, fail. This is why his HTML5 is not working properly. It's not written like YouTube's HTML5. That's why he's not not encoding properly. Every single thing it has to go through about 7 errors every single time. You have iBlog video and pop-out VOD with no problems, then maybe that's not it. It might be something else. Now, Ruth Bader Ginsburg is going to miss the second week of arguments as she continues to recover from cancer surgery. Excuse me, why can't they give her a closed-circuit TV feed of the arguments? I don't get that. I mean, surely they have a video camera. They can get a camera in there and give her the arguments while she's in bed. Oh, honey, could you get me a glass of Metamucil? I'm having some problems with my bowels. Well, of course, the Constitution suggests that we should never abandon our rights for lesbian, bi, gay, transgenders. You know, you can only imagine how she's feeling. Well, heck, let's just pretend I am her. Yeah, she kind of looks like my grandmother, not really. Yeah, my grandmother was way better looking than her. Well, gosh darn it. Let's see if I can get my glasses on and look more like her. Here we go. Okay, everybody, let's give her the best hopeful helping hint we can give her. Yep, she's no whippersnapper, but she's better get healthy. We're praying for you, Ruth. God forbid we don't want another Trump appointment. You're so much better than he could ever. How could you even stand being around that Brett Kavanaugh? He must smell like a beer. I can't stand the thought of being around him. He's a disgusting man. I'll bet you he grabbed her and touched her and held her down, forced his hand over her mouth. I don't even want to be around him. She's probably just trying to avoid Brett Kavanaugh. I know I would. I like beer, Senator. Is there anything wrong with that, Senator? I like beer. Wake up, dude. You're a drunk. We got a drunk for a Supreme Court justice thanks to Trump. Holy crap. Playing Brett's beer commercial. Brett should support like Kavanaugh beer. Wouldn't that be great? We had beer, Senator. We had Kavanaugh beer. It's my new company, Senator.
We drank beer. She had one beer at the party and had beers with. And having some beers with friends or just to meet up and have some beers. Drinking beer, which I gladly do. I like beer.
Answer that.
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is
Senator, what do you like to
Judge,
drink?
have you...
In any event, we drank beer and still do.
What's with that nose thing? That's like a Coke nose. It's like Bugs Bunny. Biddy, that's all, folks. God, did you see that Coke snort thing he's got going on? Hey, Soft Clam, what's going on? Are you hanging out? Oh, you're the one that does meth, right? You're high on meth. You wouldn't trust a man who does not like beer? That your president doesn't drink. I don't drink. My middle name is Jonathan. Trump's middle name is Jonathan. We have both have blonde hair. My hair is actually, the same tone as his. Are you beginning to realize that maybe I am Trump's illegitimate son? Well, I'm not. Thank goodness. I wouldn't want to be born into that family. That's a nightmare. Who would want to be born in a millionaire family? I mean, gosh, when you think about it, would any one of you like to be born a multimillionaire? Press 1. I doubt anyone's going to say 1. See, no, everyone's resisting. You already are a millionaire. You made $4 million doxing us, which you will serve felony time for. Would you work for free like Trump? I would definitely not work for free because I'm not stealing money from the government like he is. Soft Clown was born into a rich family. Well, how come we haven't had a single donation from you? Unbelievable. You can donate up to $2,000, Soft Clown. It's like, are you to get behind this party, or are you just going to hang out here? I know, you never dox. You just threatened to slit my throat. We have copies of it, 45 different copies. I've got it all recorded. Well, thank you for donating. I appreciate that. Mucho apreciado. Well, thank you so much. I still think Brett Kavanaugh should come up with a beer of his own. You know what? It would be a great name for the beer? Blackout. Blackout beer. Wouldn't that be awesome? Because when asked if he'd ever blacked out, here's his response.
So whatever. I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so.
So you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before, or part of what happened?
That's you're asking about, yeah, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
Could you answer the question, Judge? That's not happened. Is that your answer?
Yeah, and I'm curious if you have.
Yeah. No. Yeah. He doesn't even remember his own blackouts. So I think blackout beer would be a great name, wouldn't it? Memory loss beer. The beer where you guarantee to forget all your problems. I mean, like 9 point whatever on the Richter scale. I'm not exactly sure what a good beer is. Is it like 8% alcohol? He sucked at those questions. He's a joke. He seems like a hot-headed asshole. I'm sorry, did I say that? He was very rude to that woman. And do you know that woman, her father got in a hit and run and alcoholic? That was not the kind of woman you don't ask those questions with or respond that way. I have a bunch of IPAs in my refrigerator. Somebody told me if I don't drink them right away, they're no longer any good. I seriously doubt that. Yeah, I mean, an IPA is an IPA, man. I can open that 6 years from now, it'll still pop out and deliver a nice, clean buzz. But I don't drink beer. I just don't like the way it makes me feel, you know? It's kind of like, ooh, I feel pretty good. You feel like you're losing it, you know? It's like, oh, did I zip my pants up? Oh, my dong's hanging out. Get your act together. Don't drink. You'll be like Donald Trump with a sick sex selfie in the hands of Robert Mueller if you did. But he doesn't drink either. Yeah, you may lose track of where you're at. I mean, you feel dysfunctional. You're walking around going, Most people are sloppy drunks when they get drunk, yeah. It's not going to make you look better among your friends. It's like, God, look at him. He's a total sloppy drunk. Then you'll always have that hanging over your head. Remember that time you fell over in the bushes? Yeah, and then your wife starts laughing at you in front of others. Oh yeah, makes you really feel like crap. And you still have to live with her because she's the only one who could put up with a sloppy drunk. That's what beer will get you. That's what alcohol gets you in life, you know? I know a lot of you are drinking right now, so don't worry about me. I'm a teetotaler. I just don't believe in drinking. I just don't think it's the wave to the future. Although I hear 8 ounces of anything is good for you. There's a woman who has lived to be over 104 years old. And she drinks beer. 102 beers on the wall, 100. Yep. She's a wonderful 102-year-old woman who credits her long life with drinking a single pint of beer every day. Here she is. She has thumbs up on that one. Look at that. Yeah, she's drinking her beer, getting closer, deciding what kind she wants. She's 102 years old, and this was like a year ago. And I'll bet she's 103 now. She looks pretty good. Well, she even looks like me. I mean, I can see she looks like my grandmother or an aunt or something. I'm not going to drink this beer. I'm going to guzzle it. You know, she only drinks one, too. If she, not one, two, as in one first and the second one later. She only drinks one as well. You can't take my beer away from me. One a day. You know, that would be enough to give anybody a buzz. So there's something to be said about getting a buzz. But you guys who drink, and you ladies who drink, and I know you like to drink, you're blowing it past 8 ounces. Because beer and wine and hard liquor are depressants. There's nothing wrong with getting a buzz from some marijuana. Yeah. Whereas alcohol is addictive. Marijuana is not. You like to get messed up on malt liquor premium? Wow. Alcohol is addictive physically. If you go off of it, you get the withdrawals and the delirium tremors and the hallucinations of spiders crawling all over your body and in your orifices. Yeah. Whereas you go off pot and you're going, well, I didn't connect, so it's no biggie, whatever. You know? No, I've never smoked pot my whole life. No, I tried it when I was 21 back in 1981. It was fun. I enjoyed it. And now it's available locally, so I picked up some dabs, which you use a vaporizer, and you just takes a little teeny amount of this drop of this dab, which is like 90% THC. One puff and you're like set for the day, and you're like in another world, in a pristine universe. You might as well be in the movie Game of Thrones and playing Brienne of Tarth. Oh, I feel so good. Thank you so much, David. Oh, yes. But no, seriously. It's much better than pot. Yeah. Pot is like full of resin and it clogs your arteries, and dabs are way better. Hey, by the way, I didn't mention this, but I am the one that everybody's going to vote for in 2020. So you may want to recognize me as who I am. I am Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away.
Okay, thank you for letting me play that. Yeah, I do that every night, so This picture is what I hadn't gotten to. Let's read this. The Daily Beast has the discussion of the GoFundMe border campaign, crowdsourced. A decorated veteran who raised more than $20 million to finance construction of a wall along the southern U.S. border has announced that he will instead use the money to finance a new nonprofit group that will build the wall itself, or at least a couple miles of it. Brian Kolfage's crowdfunding campaign on the website GoFundMe went viral in December before news outlets uncovered previous instances in which the triple amputee veteran appeared to have pocketed funds raised through similar, if far smaller campaigns billed as efforts to assist wounded warriors. Whoa, a scam. Now Kolfage, a prolific operator of conspiracy theory Facebook pages, has recruited a team of prominent figures in President Trump's orbit to run a new nonprofit outfit named We Fund the Wall to do some wall construction of its own. And the new group's board, Kolfage announced on Friday, includes Eric Prince, the founder of the infamous military contractor Blackwater, David Clark, the scandal-plagued former sheriff of Milwaukee County, Fox News contributor Sarah Carter, Tom Tancredo, an immigration hardliner and former Colorado congressman and former Kansas Secretary of State, and voter fraud crusader Chris Kobach. Wow. All right, well, good luck with that wall. They're going to have to buy the money. Are you going to have to take the money and buy the property? That won't give them much money for. Wow, jacket pox, you just found out you have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from using Roundup. Oh my gosh. No, I don't have breasts, Mad Dog. That's something, heavy set guys have. Big guys with big bellies. Cool jacket. Yeah, you can get them in the class action suit. Jump on board that Roundup thing, man. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Okay, you gotta, wow. I'm so sorry about your diagnosis. You got a challenge ahead. You're gonna have to get into some powerful herbal eating. Yeah, I don't have any answers for you, but I can tell you, boost your immune system. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Paul Allen just died of that. They think that Roundup could be contributing to all of these cases of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Yep. What's the Gerson diet? Let's take a look. The Gerson diet. Gerson Institute is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing education training in Gerson therapy, a non-toxic treatment for cancer. Interesting. Here's the Gerson Press, if you want to check that out there, Jacket Pockets. I'm so sorry for your situation. I don't know anybody by the name of Mr. Glass. Okay, let's see how this works. Whoa, bright. There we go. Gerson therapy is a natural treatment that activates the body's extraordinary ability to heal itself through an organic vegetarian diet, raw juices, coffee enemas. Sound like fun? Coffee enemas. Wow. I don't think I'd want a coffee enema. But healthy eating, I mean, you could pick and choose what you want to do there. Your link, please. Okay, Eric. Thank you. Bringing links in. We got 2 chat rooms rolling. Never thought that was possible in the old days. People used to say, Dave, you can't read 2 chat rooms at the same time. Yeah, I can.
This horrific case now centers on the employees here at Hacienda. Every man has now become a potential suspect, and police have the search warrants to obtain their DNA. Hacienda Healthcare shaken by a crime that took 9 months to discover. A 29-year-old woman in a vegetative state for years, giving birth late last month to a baby boy.
She was not in a position to give consent to any of this. So if anyone can understand that this was a helpless victim.
Now an intense search underway for the father. Police have started taking DNA samples from each man who works behind these walls. Within hours of the birth, a sex crimes unit took over the case. Police learning the woman's last physical exam was back in April. No one on staff reporting a pregnancy until she went into labor.
It'd be very, very tough to believe that medical personnel were seeing her, treating her, and couldn't realize that she was 8 or 9 months pregnant.
The company's CEO, Bill Timmons, resigned on Monday. Its board calling the situation horrifying, adding they're cooperating fully with police. Hacienda's most recent state inspection ending in 6 citations.
This is just so unnerving and baffling that it's just kind of so lax.
Karina Cecina's daughter, Jasmine, is also a patient at the facility. A brain injury left the 22-year-old in need of full-time care. Now, Cecina says she won't leave her side until this case is closed.
I worry about all the patients in every facility right now. This is the reason why something that needs to happen has to happen now.
This morning, an attorney for the family of the woman sexually assaulted telling NBC News they are outraged, traumatized, and in shock by the abuse and neglect of their daughter at Hacienda Healthcare. The police now turning to the public for help to track down a suspect.
If anyone has anything, if they have information for us that they think might help us in this investigation, we would like them to come forward to contact us.
You get some sleep, Trismegistus. Yeah, you're one of the smart ones. You get to sleep tonight. So why wouldn't they have a camera, with the cost of cameras being $15 on eBay? Why wouldn't they have a camera on the ward to see who goes in and out of the rooms? I mean, why wouldn't they have video surveillance in a hospital? It doesn't make any sense why they wouldn't. Something's not right here. Now, there is a possibility that somebody artificially inseminated her. Yeah, it's entirely possible. Now, who's going to benefit from the baby? The mother, the grandmother. She's going to have a baby to take care of. All right, any other questions? Get back to me at a later date. Yeah, it's a $15 cost to buy a camera on eBay. I'm free to choose what kind of a camera to get, but we could get a good one like Blue Raven had for $139, the Kenwood HD camera. All you need is a camera with an SD card. See what's happening with my internet? It takes forever to download a page. I have no idea what the hell's wrong with this. I'm really kind of concerned. I'm going to have to... My hard drive's not blocked. There's something going on in the background. It's just the strangest thing. If I open up another browser, it's the same thing. They should have had cameras. Yeah, I mean, that would have solved the whole problem. But DNA testing, everybody's going to take 6 weeks minimum. Yeah, every browser is facing the same problem. Doesn't matter what kind of browser I'm using. They're all locked up. I've never seen anything like this before, and I've been on the internet for a long time. It does. Could be the internet router got hacked, yeah. How do you face your new child? I don't know. I don't have a child. Okay, I'll reboot my router to fix it. All right. I'll do that later tonight and see if that fixes it. Thanks for the suggestion. That'll be the first thing I do after the show's over. It's broadcasting okay, but accessing the internet's giving me some problems. Courtney Love has another terrible story about Courtney Love is out. You know, the woman who allegedly killed her husband and got away with it. Many people believe Kurt Cobain was killed. Everything, even the investigating officer, lead investigator at the time for the Seattle PD has said that they should reopen the case because it looks more and more like a murder. Okay, well, I'll clear my cache. Let's start with, I can do that right now. Let me see if that makes a difference. It's going to wipe out my history file, but I don't really care anymore. You're going to get another Garmin, a dash cam, a Garmin, as opposed to Kenwood. Okay, I'll see if that makes a difference. Let's take a look. Wow. Holy moly, that was super fast. Thank you. I don't even need to reset my router. I'm surprised I didn't clean my cache all this time. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was great. I didn't even have to close tabs. It cleared it for me. Well, that was easy. Clear your cache, everybody. That was the problem. See, we resolved the problem with your help. Thank you. Now you can go to sleep now. Trismegistus. 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 Hey, Trismegistus. Cam with SD card. Yeah, that's all you really need. There you go. Up to $14.88 will get you a mini hidden DVR camera, spy cam you could put anywhere in any location. It's motion activated. $15, they would have found out who tried to impregnate this woman. This one fits in a Stealth Cam SD card reader viewer. Pretty cool, huh? That's not the same thing. This is your typical dash cam, and look at, they're down to $6.98 for a Scosche HD DVR dash cam with 4 GB micro SD card. That's all it costs to videotape outside your house or your room. I mean, really. If we had had one of those on the airplane when Carrie Fisher died, we would have known if somebody slipped her the heart attack weapon when she keeled over and started having a heart attack on board a plane. Remember Carrie Fisher? You know, Princess Leia? So get a skosh better room there on that one. Hey, there's evidence that we may be dealing with a missing link here. And I'm not trying to point out a certain person based on their color or anything like that. But here's a man who does not look at all like a Homo sapien. We're trying to figure out what this is. Yep. Apparently we lost him. That's all we have of his image there until I... Look at this.
Ei, Toy, vai dançar, vai. Ei, dançar, dança. Dança. Vai dançar, vai, Toy.
It's fake? Are you sure? It's not. No, this guy is a throwback. He's like a Neanderthal. See, I'm the opposite. I'm a Cro-Magnon man. Yeah, I clearly have all the symptoms of a Cro-Magnon. All the signs and symptoms of a human. Here is this is an artistic representation from the bones of the Cro-Magnon man. Aside from the fact that he looks just like John Denver, try to overlook that. But this is the Cro-Magnon man, as opposed to the Neanderthal man. I'm more Cro-Magnon. In fact, I'm so Cro-Magnon that my forehead is actually drifting toward reptilian. Just kidding. But yeah, you can see I go like this. So don't mess with me, buddy. I'm a Cro-Magnon, and you're a Neanderthal guy, okay? No, don't mess with me, buddy. They say that the Earth is comprised of Cro-Magnon descendants and Neanderthal. You just showered in my honor? Thank you. You're literally an Aryan, huh? Wow. I'm not an Aryan 100%. I'm a mix of English, German, Norwegian, and Romanian. Well, I'm glad you had a shower. It's been a long time. The smellometer on your computer was telling me you were at a level 7, which is way higher than it should be. Your smellometer is you're not even aware of your smellometer. It's one of those metrics that people don't even think about. Well, I hope the police figure out who impregnated this poor woman, but the mother is going to have a baby to take care of. That's kind of a hidden silver lining in the dark cloud. And she should collect a lot of money. You look like that guy on LiveLeak, really? So you really look like this guy. Well, hey, I'm not trying to judge you because you look like a Neanderthal. I mean, you are what you are, or who you are. I mean, we're all human, right? Not exactly. Nope, he's not my friend. I understand he's in a new role. Yeah, he's playing a character called Deadpool. T. Rucker has a new character called Deadpool. That's what I've been told. If you happen to see him, a Deadpool guy, he's shielding his look and he's changed his voice pattern, but it's becoming more obvious to everybody that he faked his death again, the third time. I can't help you if you're snowed in. Really, Deadpool is casting right now as we speak, folks. This guy just never stops. He fakes his death 3 times, and then he's still casting. It's unbelievable. Why would people want to watch a guy that has faked his death 3 times just to get out from under a future extradition from Canada? You can fake your death as many times as you want as long as you're not committing fraud. His account is called Deadpool. That's what T. Rucker is now. Yeah. I think he's on iBlog. Well, this has been kind of a fun, relaxing show. It hasn't been too stressed out. Everything worked out. But let me get to Courtney Love here. She's behaving very strangely, which is not unusual for Courtney Love. But a Courtney Love Soundgarden collaborator reveals why he quit her terrible album. Now, the creator of Hole was making a new album, and Michael Beinhorn is famous for producing Soundgarden's Super Unknown and Hole's Celebrity Skin, and he attempted to re-team with Courtney Love for her debut solo album, America's Sweetheart, which was a terrible letdown compared to the classic Celebrity Skin. Beinhorn revealed in a new Scars and Guitars interview why he couldn't finish the album with her. So, Courtney Love, let's talk about this album, America's Sweetheart. I've had a few listens to the album. Now what she seems to lack is a critical analysis. That's what I think you brought to 1998 Celebrity Skin. Do you know why she overlooked you when she started her solo album?
Not really, no. It never occurred to me. It's her choice. I think nobody's daughter suffered from that as well. It wasn't easy to have a conversation like that, which is just one of the reasons why I think I couldn't finish the record. I just felt that we weren't getting anywhere. We had a parting of the ways there. From this perspective, Celebrity Skin is one of my favorite projects.
Whatever. Who cares? And now Hole is in Malibu? Hole does a version of Malibu. Really? Okay. I don't want to play her. I'm kind of freaking out, but I'll play it later tonight. Yeah, just putting a woman who allegedly, had all these weird encounters with her husband that cannot be explained to the investigating sergeant that was in charge of the case. It's just, why was Kurt Cobain out there 2 weeks with some guy on a roaming trip while an investigator was looking for him, and he didn't even know that? Yeah, I saw the movie. It's pretty interesting. She engaged an investigator claiming her husband was missing for 2 weeks prior to his death. That's suspicious in and of itself. And then he shows up at their house dead in the upper floor of their backyard outbuilding, their guest house. Very suspicious. So I think I'll bring in Kurt Cobain. I've got a clip on him. I haven't played it in a long time. Well, maybe I won't. You know, Freedom Friday has been, you know, a long-standing case where the American people have gradually seen their freedoms erode. You know, when Barack Obama first became president, he passed an executive order allowing Interpol to come into any home in America and take whoever they want and anything they want out for their own investigation. That was the first stab or dagger to the Fourth Amendment, the right to avoid illegal search and seizure of property. You know, and that's been just a slippery road ever since the Patriot Act was pushed by Brett Kavanaugh, and then they changed it to the DREAM Act, or no, the Freedom Act, which is still supposed to be less invasive. The NSA has to get more FISA approval, but none of that has ever taken effect. The NSA can listen to anybody they want, anytime, without FISA approval, and they've never been charged once with a crime. That's because the person that we have in charge of our country's top oversight over our national security, and for the past 25 years, this woman has been in charge of our national security's oversight. You can only imagine, gee, I wonder why we have no accountability whatsoever when this is the woman that's been handling the entire affair, Dianne Feinstein. This is the woman who's done absolutely nothing in 25 years to get oversight. She has, however, made $80 million in office. Now that sounds to me very much like she's on the take. I don't care how you cut it, but you cannot make 80 million in the office that she's in, even by saving your pennies. Yeah, I could win a debate against Dianne Feinstein. And you know, I can tell you that having not stopped the CIA or the NSA or the FBI from negligence, like the kind we saw recently with McCabe and Strzok and all those others giving special favor to Hillary Clinton, this woman is standing in the way. And you know something that's even more shocking? Feinstein's limousine driver was a spy for the Chinese government. And nobody's talking about it. I'm perhaps the only person talking about it on the internet. It hasn't popped up since August. Behaving that way again. I just cleared the cache. That's weird. Site can't be reached. Huh. She's not my prom date. No, that's Dianne Feinstein. But her limousine driver has not been charged with a crime at all. Or if she has, she's never been punished. Yes. Ivanka Trump is reportedly under consideration to replace outgoing World Bank President Jim Yong Kim. Wow. Considering H.R. McMaster called Ivanka Trump an idiot, that's going to be an interesting fit. Okay, here we go. Finally. New details have emerged. This is an old story, but it's still relevant.
And I'm Ken Bassita. Let's get right to Night Beat's Andrea Borba live in front of the Chinese consulate in San Francisco. Andrea?
Well, Ken, Elizabeth, the would-be spy was apparently recruited during a family vacation, and his mark, Senator Dianne Feinstein. The Spy Who Drove Me sounds like the title of a James Bond movie. Instead, it's a rip from the headline's reality from Politico and the San Francisco Chronicle about Senator Dianne Feinstein. First, Politico revealed that a Feinstein staffer was a Chinese spy. Then, in Mateer and Ross, more. Citing an unnamed source, the column revealed the Chinese spy was Feinstein's driver for 20 years, who also served as a gopher in her Bay Area office and was a liaison to the Asian American community. He even attended Chinese consulate functions for the senator. Senator Feinstein was the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee at the time and was reportedly mortified when the FBI told her she'd been infiltrated. KPIX5 security analyst Jeff Harp, former assistant special agent in charge of the San Francisco FBI office, says he isn't surprised the San Francisco senator was targeted.
If you think of the number of government employees there are that are in positions of trust and confidence, anybody that sits on the Senate Intelligence Committee, they all have a top secret security clearance and even higher. And those people are all prime targets of opportunity. This is no different than what we would do on foreign soil to try to recruit those same individuals into our intelligence network.
The investigation concluded that the driver hadn't leaked anything substantial, and Feinstein forced him to retire. Feinstein isn't the only target of spy games.
Let's stop right there. He didn't leak anything substantial in 20 years of driving with her in the car, and she forced him into retirement. Okay, are you ready for this? Yeah, Mark is turning up the ad frequency. Why are you even broadcast? Why don't you just hang over to iBlog or go to our Periscope show? We need people over there. Yeah. Heavy aerosols blanket the skies most of the week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in California.
All right, well, today is...
We've got One Pacific Redwood. Going to talk about that on YouTube. Thank you. Short but sweet. That's the way I like it. That's the way, I like it. And Jack Ruby linked to a massive pedophile ring. Whoa. You get the great links, Scissor Fight. Thank you. Urban Moving has this story. Okay, I'll just add that to the link library. Jack Ruby. Wow, that's going to be interesting. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, she forced her spy of 20 years into retirement. Well, I bet she gave him a severance package, too. China, on the other hand, they found this out last August. It hardly even got the news. This woman's heavily protected. Anyway, she's been useless in stopping excesses by the FBI, NSA, and CIA. Useless. Has done nothing in 25 years. Now she won't even prosecute the spy who was in her car for 20 years. And they're saying they don't think any information was stolen. Well, I got bad news for Dianne Feinstein. 10 years ago, we had 18 more spies in Beijing. Now we have none. Or at least what we do have, we don't know how many we have. That's top secret information. But the Beijing police have apprehended and killed all of our spies. 18 people, U.S. CIA agents overseas, undercover in China, have been killed. And what do we do with their spy? Give them a retirement plan. Best wishes. How do we know he may have leaked encrypted data about the CIA's secret agents? How do we know it wasn't him that did this? I mean, this is crazy. Why would she just let him walk? I wouldn't doubt Obama was a spy. I still think he is. Will Donald Trump use gun control as a bargaining chip for his wall? Yeah, really, if Donald Trump caves on gun control and decides to engage in gun control, he'll lose his entire base for his wall. But that's an interesting theory put out by a guy named William Hudson, 1986. Okay, we'll play that in a little bit. All right, we're all set now. We've got everything we need for our show, our lineup, our video lineup. I don't even know who Tulsi Gabbard is, but I really don't care. Right now, it's, this isn't a challenge as to who's got the weirdest name to run for president. Ocasio, Tulsi, Beto, or how about just old David? Yeah, David Sponheim. What a concept. It's Friday, I know. We need to get into our fun section, and we will play you some pretty interesting brutality videos in just a few minutes. I hope it doesn't trigger violence. If it does cause problems, just tune it out and come back in about 2 minutes. But you're going to see some pretty bad cop activity in just a few seconds. All right, we're signing off now. This is me saying goodbye for the evening. Feel good. Going to make you feel good. All right, Bouncy 2. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. And by the way, tomorrow I will be starting late. After 5. We'll be coming in somewhere between 5 and 6, so don't count on an early show. Count on a 6 o'clock show. Okay? I don't want to be racing to my destination. I've got a certain thing I want to take care of tomorrow. So we may come in a little late for 5 o'clock. So if you want to watch us in the beginning, you can hang out in the room, talk to people, but chances are I won't be in until probably halfway through there. Maybe even 6 o'clock. We don't know. All right. See you later, everybody. Take care. Sleep well. America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.